is your first session of the Energy Leadership Academy. So I know we kind of all got introduced Friday for the most part. So that was really exciting to see faces before we got up and running. I'm going to run through who I have online. And if you will just say name, title, organization, just for David and Sherry and Rick that are on the line. That way we can get everybody welcomed and checked in and on the way. So I have Andrea first.
Hi there, I'm Andrea Couch. I am from Duke Energy and I'm the Government and Community Relations team in South Carolina. And I'm a district manager for that team.
And Christina?
Good morning, this is Christina Kress. I'm of counsel with the law firm of Bailey and Dixon, and I serve as regulatory counsel to SIGFUR, the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates.
Stephen Davis.
Hey everyone, Stephen Davis here. I work for Siemens Energy. I'm a project manager in our power generation service division. Hey Kelly, one question I had for you is today in our company for Siemens Energy is actually Zero Harm Day for Safety. Do you mind at the end of our introductions and stuff, I do a brief safety moment before we kick things off?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to entertain that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Kirk Ellison.
Hi everyone, Kirk Ellison. I work for the Electric Power Research Institute, EPRI. I manage our water technologies program.
Joseph Evans.
Hey, my name is Joseph Evans. I work for Siemens Energy at our plant in Charlotte, North Carolina, working in the combustion manufacturing area as a senior project manager.
Sid Fowler.
Hi, I'm Sid Fowler. I'm a senior associate with the law firm of Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman. I'm up here in Washington, D.C.
And it looks like Marcus Freeman joined us.
Yes, good morning. It's Marcus Freeman, Electric Cities of North Carolina. I'm in the compliance and risk management area. I'm glad to be here.
Matt Gardner.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Matt Gardner. I'm Director of IT at Central Electric Membership Corporation in Sanford, North Carolina.
Luke Hallman.
Yeah, I'm Luke Hallman. I'm a principal engineer with Westinghouse Electric Company in Columbia, in our Columbia, South Carolina office. In that role, I am the head of R&D and licensing of our latest nuclear fuel offering.
Dawn Hill.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dawn Hill. I manage youth programs and business partnerships for the city of Charlotte.
And then I have George, and I'm not really sure how to say your last name.
Good morning, everyone. George Ifabuza. Work for Framatome as a cybersecurity director. Got to be here.
Excellent. Nick Moore? Or Moore?
Yeah, that's perfect, Moore. Hi, I'm Nick Moore. I'm a senior technical leader at the Electric Power Research Institute. My group is focused on materials and metallurgy in the nuclear sector. We're based out of Charlotte, but I work from Ohio, home base before COVID. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Jeff Morehouse?
Hi, Jeff Morehouse. I'm a lobbyist with the ClearPath Foundation.
Jim Pope?
Hi, I'm Jim Polk, Duke Energy Electric Transportation Manager, and glad to be here.
Claudia Powell?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Claudia Powell. I am an account manager at Advanced Energy.
And Rhonda Puckett, she's been very busy rescuing all those affected by the storm in Charlotte this morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rhonda Puckett. I'm a customer service coordinator at Central Electric. I'm very glad to be here.
Brett Thompson.
I'm Brett Thompson. I'm with Carolina Gas Transmission, a natural gas utility in Columbia, South Carolina, and I'm on the supervisor of the operations group, mainly with the construction and inspection portion of the work.
Jamie Wallace.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jamie Wallace. I'm a principal of RNG Future, which is a commercial and legal consulting firm in the renewable natural gas space. So like Christina and Sid, I'm also a lawyer, but I tend not to lead with that.
Thanks for everybody joining us. Looks like we're only missing Mike Hogan, but I do know that he was traveling this morning. So I'm going to hand it back to Stephen Davis to do our safety minute. I think.
There we go. It'd probably help if I unmuted first,
Okay.
right?
There we go.
So anyways, so I guess start again. So hey everyone, hope everyone's having a good day so far. Again, I kind of mentioned a second ago, but today's our safety day at Siemens Energy. At Siemens Energy, safety is our #1 priority. I imagine that at all of your companies, hopefully all of your companies, it's also the same. The safety moment I'm going to share is going to be on communication. It'll be on a brief story that my dad told me while he was in the military. So essentially the story goes that they were on a ship and they were going, his fleet was launching three aircrafts, launching 3 aircrafts. And they launched the first one, second one, third one. And all of a sudden someone on the radio messaged, "Alpha, your wing's on fire." Needless to say, all 3 aircrafts immediately ejected from their seats, because what the radio tower forgot to mention was which one was it, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, or Alpha 3. So needless to say, all 3 ejected, and they lost three aircrafts, and government right then and there lost millions of dollars from the miscommunication. So on that note, I mean, communication is extremely important in everyday life, not only in safety, but in our family, at home. It's extremely critical piece to all of our businesses. So I just want to make sure that remind everyone of that it's such a critical piece. We just need to make sure we focus on it, and when we direct a message, make sure it's clear and crisp and the audience understands that message. So that's my moment.
I want to welcome everyone. We moved to virtual delivery of our leadership programs on March 13th, 2020. It was trial by fire then. The program series this spring has been very thoughtfully put together, as opposed to the trial by fire experience we had last March and April and May. We have a variety of really interesting, impactful speakers. We're going to cover the breadth with regard to energy industry. And in addition, we're going to provide you a leadership development experience that I think when finished, you'll say is unique. I have been I've been practicing business for a long time. I'm an old guy. I will be 70 in February. I am younger than our past sitting president. I'm younger than our current president. They're able to manage a nation. So I'm still able to manage E4 Carolinas and hope to for a number more years. But as a result, I've had a good deal of experience throughout 40 plus years of business activity. And during that time, I've been a leader in many different situations. From 1980 onward, I've been involved in the energy industry. I entered the industry 1980 in the natural gas industry. Texas Gas Transmission was the first company for which I worked. I came in at an interesting time. The 1978 Natural Gas Policy Act had been passed, and I was asked at age 30, and many of you are kind of in that zone right now, maybe a little bit older, but I came in at age 30 and I was asked to lead the planning process for a Fortune 500 natural gas transmission company through deregulation. The company was mainly leaders that had grown up with the company when it was formed in the 50s. So they were 50 years old, 60 years old. They were not comfortable with deregulation. They were not comfortable with the planning process. They've been primarily an operating company. And I came in as a very young person, and I had to very quickly figure out how to lead this older and diverse population of managers. 4 years later, I had the opportunity to leave the company and co-found a startup venture. We've my partner and I formed a natural gas marketing company, which at the time opportunity was open to that. The company did well. And over the 8 years, it grew to have over $1 billion in sales. We pioneered natural gas sales offices nationally. We pioneered a lot of the natural gas marketing companies' processes and technologies. And as a result, again, I had to learn to lead in extraordinary circumstances. We sold that company and to Tenneco Energy Resources, which eventually was bought by El Paso, which was eventually bought by Kinder Morgan to kind of bring you current. But I then led a $2 billion second-tier holding company within a publicly traded company for 4 years. It had natural gas processing, interstate pipelines, natural gas trading, power trading emerged at that time. We moved into that area. We built offshore pipelines. We built natural gas storage up in Virginia, by the way. So a variety of things. Again, I was in an extraordinary leadership role. I retired to lead 3 startup companies, one of which was a technology rocket ship. From startup through 30 months later, we took it to international cast positive operation. We sold that. Now, during that whole time, I was leading. However, I didn't appreciate the need to understand behavior as part of leadership. And as a result, I had some pretty bad experiences, despite a lot of success. And finally, by the time I got to about 2003, I said, I need to understand the behavior side of leadership. And it was only when I was 50 years, older than 50 years, I was 52 or 53, that I began to delve into that and acquired various training and expertise. You are going to experience all of that this spring. Everything that it took me more than 30 years to appreciate, understand, and assimilate, you are going to have the exposure to that in 6 months. And hopefully, the exposure you have in 6 months will allow you to lead and demonstrate leadership behavior for your peers. Just like we had this safety announcement, you're going to be able to make leadership announcements every day for your peers and help them better appreciate the role of behavior in business. So that's what you're headed into on the leadership side. Every Tuesday, we'll have a day where we spend in examining leadership. Every Wednesday, it's going to be spent in experiential learning. Let me stop there. I think that some of you may already be acquainted with Sherry Baldwin and Rick Bipperman. If they're going to join us a little bit later in the program, but if they're with us now, I'd like Sherry and Rick both to unmute and just introduce themselves, say hello, and if they would also just spend a moment sharing with us the value of leadership in business. Sherry or Rick, are you with us?
I'm here. Rick, are you on yet? He's probably stepped away for his second cup of coffee, but he'll be with it, or he's figuring out how to unmute, one or the other. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to introduce myself in a little more detail once we start. So I'll reserve that if you don't mind. But, you know, we have been blessed to be with E4 Carolinas for the past 12 years. Prior to E4, it was the Carolinas nuclear cluster, and then they all came under one umbrella. So during those years, we have become very familiar with your industry and familiar with typical behavior patterns. There's always some that don't fall in the typical categories, but you will be able to recognize them as well. And you know, I wish I had had all this back when I was managing a team. But the benefit of that is you get to enjoy some of my stories where I did it wrong and learn from it. So this is information that you can pin up on your wall by your desk, and you can carry with you throughout your careers, because as you interact with different people, these behavior patterns will change. You'll be interacting with different people. You'll have different managers that have different patterns, and you'll be able to pull out those cheat notes, if you will, and pinpoint where they fall, and as a result, be a bit more strategic, if you will, in your communication with other people, especially up the ladder. But look forward to spending more time with you and getting to know you all better. We're going to have some one-on-one coaching throughout the year, so we'll have plenty of opportunity to really get to know you better. And I see Rick has joined us. So Rick?
Thank you.
Can't hear you, Rick, so make sure you... There you are.
There you go.
Can everyone hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah. Now, Sherry, you covered all the ground. I cannot add much to that, and so because you covered pretty much what you do, and I appreciate that. Are we introducing ourselves now? Is that what you?
No, we'll wait. We'll do our regular when we start in a few minutes, but David just wanted us to say hello and the value of this program, if you have any comments on that.
You've covered the basis for me, Sherry. Thank you.
And I wanted to know I wanted our participants to know who was working in the background here. This Sherry and Rick, who they were. So on Tuesdays, you'll hear from Sherry and Rick. You heard from a little bit today. They're going to teach you a little bit with their program. They'll present a full program on the second session that we have, and then one of our later sessions, they'll also spend a day with you. I also will present on leadership days, and the work that I do complements and supports the work that Rick and Sherry are going to do with you. And we'll talk a little bit about in a minute about how they'll interact with you. The experiential learning days, you'll have a variety of instructors. They're drawn from E4 Carolina's membership, and they're drawn from the energy economy in the Southeast generally. And you know, it's unfortunate that we can't meet in person, because there's some intangibles that you derive from being able to sit down and meet with people over the course of 2 days. The network development is probably more lasting than what we'll have virtually, and more expansive. But there's also some benefits that we pick up of being virtual, because we can reach out to speakers that we might not normally have. So for example, when we move on to nuclear, it's very likely that we'll have a commissioner from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that'll speak to us, or an attorney that practices nuclear energy law globally. And most often we would not be able to have them sit with us in Raleigh or Charlotte or Columbia in person and have those visits. So there's some benefits there. So let me stop and see if anyone has any questions about what we've covered thus far. And next, I'm going to provide you an overview of E4 Carolinas. I've already got the first slide up on screen. So let me stop and see if anybody has any questions or has any comments for us. All good? Okay, I'm going to move on and talk with you a bit about E4 Carolinas. So E4 Carolinas is the trade association for energy companies and organizations, primarily in the Carolinas. If companies are not located here but have a nexus here, if they have a business interest, if they have staff that come here and sell or provide service in that, they also may consider membership. We have about 150 members right now. In the Carolinas, we have identified more than 1,000 energy companies and organizations. These energy companies and organizations include utilities, energy manufacturers, energy production, energy procurement and construction companies, accounting firms, law firms, consulting firms, universities, colleges. So you can see there's a great variety that exists within the energy economy in the Carolinas, a great variety of companies. There's a great variety of size. There's a great variety of sector focus. So we have companies that are focused on nuclear, on solar, on renewable natural gas, on wind, on hydro. Literally every energy sector that you can think of, with the exception of oil and gas, is found here in the Carolinas and is part of E4 Carolinas. So a good deal of variety. We're governed by a board of directors. We have 23 members of our board of directors, and they provide us guidance as to where we should spend our time and devote our energies. And what you'll find is that they have identified 5 principal areas. I'll take you through those right now. The first is energy talent development, and this is the area that our various leadership programs are produced. Historically, we've evolved to provide 3 programs: the emerging leaders, the nuclear energy leaders, and the executive leaders. This year, we have combined all 3 into a single stream that will produce over 7 sessions. You're part of that right now. We also produce energy boot camps, and we produce 4 to 5 of those each year. You'll see this as a slide from our annual meeting this past fall. We have had more than 500 people, energy leaders, graduate from our energy leadership programs dating back to 2008. Now, E4 Carolinas did not exist then. We were created in 2012. It was as a result primarily of the leadership of Jim Rogers, who was the former CEO and chair of Duke Energy. His vision in bringing together a number of senior executives from the various prominent energy companies in the Carolinas was that the energy industry could drive economic development in the Carolinas. And he did this coming out of the 2008 recession. So we were formed in 2012, but prior to that, the Carolina Nuclear Cluster had been an ad hoc group of about 50 companies and organizations that banded together, and they pursued a similar line of activity compared to E4 Carolinas. Leadership development and talent development was one of the keys that they focused on, as well as supply chain development and some economic development work. But from their programs, principally the Nuclear Energy Leaders Program, these various leadership programs evolved. And from 2008 on, we have over 500 graduates that form an alumni network. And this alumni network periodically convenes, mostly on social activities now, but nonetheless to maintain that network organization that was created there. When you graduate, you'll become part of that alumni network. You'll be able to access 500 and some odd people that are out in the Carolinas and elsewhere now, that for most of them, they have matured into more senior manager, director, and even officer level roles. So when you're done, you'll become part of a very potent network that exists in the Carolinas. With regard to our boot camp programs, we've graduated over 100 this past year, and we tend to average about 20 to 25 people per class. Energy innovation is another area in which we provide programs and services. We have actually 4 different programs that we produce there. We have an annual Energy Innovation Conference Series that's sponsored by Duke Energy and the North Carolina Electric Cooperatives, both of which are represented in this class. Thank you very much. We are in the process of planning 4 conferences this year. These are conferences that are, quote, day-long conferences. They'll be produced virtually this year. They run for about 6 hours online, and they deal with very timely topics relative to the energy industry. So, for example, we dealt with energy economic development early last year. We dealt at the end of the year with a concept called plugged in, and it's how consumers are increasingly plugging into technologies that provide an interface between them and the grid. We have an energy technology series, which is a 2-hour seminar series. It's sponsored by Bradley Law, and it'll feature 4 companies this year, produced quarterly. This 2-hour seminar features only 1 company at a time. We take a deep dive into these companies that are delivering really national or global lead edge technologies that are based in the Carolinas. So we have featured most recently Trane Technologies, Honeywell. Early on, we featured Net Power, which is now pioneering emissionless natural gas-fired power generation and has created commercial scale demonstration projects. We have a digital technology webinar series that's sponsored by SIA Partners. We'll produce 6 of those this year, and we have that program all mapped out, and you can find it on our events page. You can find most of the stuff on our events page that much of it's already mapped out. And once a year, we produce a distributed generation risk management seminar series. Energy policy is an area where we do work. We do not lobby, but we provide information to our members about policy, and we provide information for our members up to policymakers. So we have an energy policy summit in the fall that we produce. We produced that this past December. We typically will visit Washington, D.C. for a week in late June. We did not do that this year due to the pandemic, and that will likely be produced virtually this year. We have a distinguished visitor series that has had such people this last year as Dr. Mark Peters that headed the Idaho National Lab. And then we had former FERC Chair Neer Chadley that visited with us during our annual meeting. We pursue economic development. We've identified 4 economic development clusters that are our focus areas for economic development. Energy storage is one, grid technology, advanced nuclear technologies, and alternate fuels and vehicles. We will be pursuing this area more aggressively this year, as we recently have added a director of research and economic development that is an experienced and recognized energy supply chain expert. Communications and networking. We here provide our members connection information. We produce an Energy News Weekly. If you're not subscribing to that now, we encourage you all to sign up, and maybe Jess can send you each an email during the next week that says, here's how you sign up for the Energy News Weekly. It's produced every Monday, and it's a compilation of news about our members and about the Carolina energy economy. It operates through headlines and links to articles. Typically, you have access to anywhere from 15 to 20 articles in a particular weekly edition. It also includes an overview of all the various events that will be produced. We maintain a website, annual meeting. We feature members. We have special editions that provide information. And we run a full social media program. So we do a good deal with regard to communications. We also undertake contract research activity. In 2020, we started into a 3-year project funded by the U.S. Department of Energy that involved about a dozen companies and organizations in the Carolinas. Some of you are, I see Advanced Energy on here, Duke Energy is part of it, and North Carolina Electric Cooperatives. So this project is intended to look at alternate fuel vehicles and alternate fuel and how it might enhance storm recovery and activities, and also resilience against infrastructure disruption. We also, in 2020, took responsibility for the former South Carolina Clean Energy Business Alliance program and staff. That organization decided to wind down its activities, but wanted to continue its presence in South Carolina. And in doing so, it approached E4 Carolinas. We agreed to continue its program of activity. We agreed to take on its staff person, and we created a task force that allowed the various board members and advisory board members to move over and stay coherent as a group and to provide guidance in South Carolina with regard to clean energy activities. So that happened July 1. We produced a 4-part energy policy series in August and September. And then in November, we produced a 2-day conference. I think the 2-day conference had a registration of nearly 400, and it was the largest virtual energy gathering related to South Carolina that had ever occurred. So there's a quick overview of E4 Carolinas. Let me stop there, see if anybody has any questions about who we are or what we do before we move on to take a look at your program this year. Questions, anybody? Comments? I'm going to make an observation right now, and that is that you all have paid for the program, and you're paying us to provide information, overview, education, leadership experiences, industry experiences, but we're only as good as the direction you give us. So we have, from experience and what's in our brains, we've provided you content, but we're wholly able and very interested in moving this content in a direction where you have interest. So if in the course of going along, you think, I'd really like to know additionally about this, or I want to find out more about that, I really do encourage you to unmute, ask the question, send it to us in chat if you're uncomfortable unmuting, but give us direction as to where you want the program to go, because again, you're paying for it, and we only know what's in our heads. And over time, what you're going to find is that leaders who only rely upon what's in their brain don't turn out to be very good leaders. Leaders who can access the collective intelligence wind up being superior leaders. So I'm interested during the course of these 7 sessions in accessing the superior intelligence of the 20 of you that are in this program. So please don't hesitate to say, David, what about this? Or Sherry and Rick, what about this as we go along? Or any of the instructors that we have that is dealing with a particular topic, please unmute and say, I'd like to know more about this. Or I'm not sure I understand that. Can you explain that further? So really be vocal with regard to what you want to learn and how you want to learn it. Let me stop, see if you have any questions. And what we're going to do next is we're going to spend some time walking through the 2021 Spring Leadership Program. Take a look at it in depth. Anybody?
I have a
Hey,
question,
David.
I guess. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I didn't have a question, but I really liked the overall setup from yourself and Sherry and Rick as far as had some of this content, the subject matter content, but didn't have maybe the leadership part of it, and seeing that really to get the results, you need to put it all together. So I appreciate that's kind of the direction in which we're coming from.
Andrea, we're going to cover subject matter that if you look that out on paper, you're going to say, what in the heck does that have to do with leadership? And you're going to have some of that response later on today in my first session with you, because we're actually going to talk a good deal about brain science. Okay? But what I have found after 40 years of doing this, if you don't understand how your brain works and how your behavioral archetype has come to be, you really can't fully access all that you can be with regard to leadership. So I promise every one of you, when you're done with these 7 sessions, you will not have mastered it yet, but you will have been exposed to a breadth of leadership concepts that I promise you not even your CEO has been exposed to. Sherry, Rick, what do you think? Is that a fair statement, Sherry?
Must mean yes.
So we had another question out there.
Yeah, I had a question. I was going to wait to see kind of what happened, but since you made the comment, I figured I'd ask. So, you made a kind of statement that the behaviors were key for you, and just understanding the behaviors for leadership. I guess one piece that I'm curious if it's included in here is the cultural aspect, because as society is going to more globalized concept in the marketplace, are we going to touch on cultural differences and how to approach it? Because I think to me it's important, and I was just curious if we're gonna touch on it.
So Stephen, You have given me an entree to both of the sessions that I'm going to deal with today. So first of all, when you talked about communication, okay, and I think you talked about communication earlier on in your safety minute. You talked about communication. When we get into my first session, when I talk about how you gather information and store it, and then how you present it back out, what you're going to find is that communication and that very example that you gave about the alpha wing becomes critical to leading. And I'm gonna in my first session, I'm gonna talk about how you can better manage your mental processes to be a much more effective communicator. All right. Secondly, we're going to talk about organizations and the myth upon which they're built, which is culture. So we're going to have a session that's going to talk about organizational culture. And you're going to learn that one of the most important things that leaders do is manage that organizational culture. And there's all kinds of subtle aspects and nuances to it with regard to creating that perception that is beyond relationship. So we're going to get into that aspect also. So it may not be to the extent that you have in mind. If it's not, speak up. But I can tell you that both the things that you've touched on this morning are going to be addressed. They're going to be addressed today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, thoughts?
Hey, David, I'm here. I'm sorry. Right as you guys were asking that question, my 81-year-old dad tried to call and wanted to make sure it wasn't an emergency. You know, you gotta grab when they call.
That's exactly right.
So what? I apologize. What did you ask me?
So Sherry, what I asserted was that by the time they finish the 7 sessions that we've had on the leadership behavior side, they will have been exposed to more leadership concept than their CEOs have experienced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now they may not be as experienced practitioners, but they will have the breadth of exposure and knowledge to access that very few in their corporations will have.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I have, and again, we've been with this group in some form or fashion for 12 years. And when we used to be able to meet live, we would, at the graduation, all of the past classes were invited, all the graduates. And Rick and I both, and Rick will vouch for this, we have people from 10 and 12 years ago that come up to us and say, wow, those patterns saved my job, or they made such a difference, or hey, that son of a gun one is my boss, and now I know how to deal with him. So yeah, these patterns, you're going to know a lot more about the people you work with and your boss than probably they do about themselves sometimes.
Hey, David, this is Christina Kress, and I apologize for not turning my camera on. I'm actually not feeling well today, and perhaps we'll need to have my camera off tomorrow too, depending on how it goes. But thankfully, I'm in a COVID-19 research study, so I get tested every week. So I know whatever it is not COVID, so there's that. But I just wanted to ask about some testimony that Stephen DeMay gave in Duke Energy Carolina's most recent rate case. And that had to do with systemic racism and how systemic racism intersects with utility rates and the impact on low-income ratepayers. And I was wondering if this program is going to, I mean, we've talked about cultural differences, but are we going to discuss social justice issues like that?
So I don't know that we specifically have that program, but again, if that's of interest, we can bring in speakers later in the program and do some working in to address those topics that interest you. But But I will say that the session that I cover this afternoon, actually before lunch, is going to cue you in as to how some of that programming occurs. And you'll hear me say repeatedly that you can only think with what you know. And that's a very simple concept, but it's true. So when you do processing, and we'll find out more about this in a little bit. When you do processing, mental processing, you can only access what you have in your head, and you're the one that put it in there. And early on, your environment put all that in there, and frankly, it's hard coded. So when we get to some issues with regard to social justice, what you find is that there's a great deal of programming that exists in here with regard to attitudes, perceptions, and things like that you just simply can't undo. And as a result of that, you have to consciously manage. You have to consciously manage. And that's, probably in part what Stephen was addressing there is that, we grow up and have programmed into us unconscious biases that provide a filter. And as a result, we have to make conscious effort to do things that we now intellectually know that is right. But, from a mental programming standpoint, we have inclinations to do the things that are wrong. Does that make sense, Christina?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It does. And I appreciate that. And for what it's worth, you mentioned perhaps having speakers tailored to concepts like that later on in the year. And I personally would absolutely love that. And I would also like to see it through not so much an individual lens, but also through an industry lens, how the system of electric, well, we'll just take electric since I used Duke as my example, but utilities in general, have utilities perhaps perpetuated or reinforced underlying systemic racism, and how do we address that now?
All right. So, and again, you're with Duke Energy, right?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay. So
I'm with SIGFR. We're a group.
Oh,
A
yeah.
group of large industrials.
All right. So I have two acquaintances within Duke Energy that I'm going to connect you with. But please send me an email and say I'd like to know more about this topic, and remind me to connect you. And I'm going to connect you with two people within Duke Energy that I'm working with right now on a project where E4 Carolinas is collaborating with a number of people, utilities, Dominion, Duke Energy, Electric Cooperatives of North Carolina, Electricities, and we are collaborating with historically Black colleges and universities to create an historically Black college and university energy leadership pathway. Now, that gets to the issue that you're talking about here is, so if we have inherent biases programmed in that come online automatically, we have to create structures that counter that. And these utilities are coming together now to work with these historically Black colleges and universities to create a pathway that would allow graduates from these colleges and universities to access that pathway into leadership positions in the energy industry.
That's fantastic. I was not, I didn't know about that program, but that's wonderful. And I will absolutely email you.
So send me an email. And nobody knows about the program because we just organized it in December, okay?
Oh, okay. So do I need to keep it under wraps?
No, it'll be more public as time goes on.
Okay. All right. Great. That's wonderful.
Are we good?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. How about anybody else that has a question or comment?
Yeah, just a real quick question. So first of all, I'm happy that issue was brought up and sort of second those sentiments, but just a general question. Do you care one way or another to know who has already been through leadership programs? So in other words, is this is it better that we have or haven't? Like, I happen to have been through a couple, but is this the format such that it really doesn't matter, regardless of what you've been through before? The content is going to hit everyone sort of equally.
I will suggest that the content you'll experience here, Jamie, will be different from anything that you've had previously. Okay, I know that the content I'm going to share with you today it's not covered in other leadership development programs. I know that the content that Rick and Sherry are going to deliver with you in session 2, and I think session 5 or 6, is totally unique, and it is more impactful than any other behavioral archetype system that you've been exposed to. And I can say that with confidence because I'm a certified practitioner in the DISC system, in Myers-Briggs, in the Enneagram. So those are 3 systems that are used at times in business. I'm competent in the Big 5, behavioral characteristic analysis, and a lot of the others. So I'm familiar with most things that are used in business. What Sherry and Rick are going to share with you is unique, it's impactful, and a characteristic of it that is not typical of most, a few have it, but not typical of most, is that this is a dynamic system. They're going to explain to you a dynamic leadership archetype system where you'll be able to understand relationships and how your leadership archetype may evolve or transform a little bit based upon circumstance. And if all of you have done like Myers-Briggs work or DISC work or something like that, what you find is to say, oh, you're an ENTJ. So you're stuck with a static archetype, a static behavioral type. And you got a little description that says this is what you are. Well, it's not true. Okay, we're dynamic beings. We respond to our environment, social influences, personal needs, and things like that. So we're changing the use of our leadership archetype every single moment. And that's what Rick and Sherry are going to help you understand also. So Jamie, I feel that what you're going to experience the next 7 sessions is going to simply build on and enhance anything you've been through before. We good? Okay. How about anybody else? So we have, let's see, Kelly has given me until 10. And we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then Sherry and Rick are going to come on for 45 minutes. But I have about another 12 minutes, and I'm going to take you through the program that we're going to all experience together. So very simply, it's 7 sessions, and they occur every 3rd week. And Kelly, are you with me right now?
Yes.
Yeah, Kelly, did we have to modify one of the sessions to have a 4-week spread because of spring break, or were we able to stay on the every 3rd week?
The last one, I believe, is pushed out a little bit due to a holiday on a Monday, and I didn't want it to be back to back. Okay, real good. All right, so we're on generally an every 3-week cycle where Tuesdays are leadership day, Wednesdays are experiential learning day. Now we're going to scroll down here, and you're going to have a little bit better look at how this thing actually works. Because what you'll see is that we have each of these 7 sessions keyed into topics: natural gas, nuclear, general industry management, the power grid, technology, and then a lot of time spent on renewables as we finish up. The first day is leadership, and you'll see that leadership is divided into a number of different activities. So session 2 will be with Lead Advantage. Session 3 with leadership, we're going to focus some on communication activities. Session 4 will deal some with change leadership, leadership team dynamics. We come back to management in the workplace, change readiness. And one of these sessions, 5 or 6, Lead Advantage comes back. And again, I don't recall which one it is, as we have changed the program just a little bit to give Lead Advantage more time to assimilate the profiles that they're going to have you complete. We deal with followership, emotional intelligence. We talk about leadership superpowers. And then we have annual team projects.
On the experiential learning side, you'll see that we deal with natural gas, the first session, nuclear, and I do believe we'll have a Nuclear Regulatory Commission commissioner with us. We're fortunate on calendaring and timing. Talk about advanced nuclear. We'll talk about how the industry manages itself. We'll look at resource planning. We'll take a look at rates. You'll actually have a school on rates, so you'll understand how utility rate making occurs. Look at decommissioning, nuclear waste management. We'll find about, we'll hear about energy education. So we'll actually hear UNCC talks about education and research. We'll hear from EPRI. We'll learn about regional transmission operators, grid technology management. We'll find some here. The next session, energy STEM, how community colleges support the industry. Then we'll look at some technology stuff, microgrids, smart grids, alternate fuel vehicles. We'll come back to community engagement. And this may be a part here where we get into the social justice issues, but community engagement, environmental advocacy, we have hydro, RNG, waste to energy, so we can probably put some time in here, Stephanie. And then we're going to take a look at renewables. We'll hear from solar, residential solar, and wind. So that's how we'll progress through the leadership topics, and that's how we'll progress through the experiential learning topics. Now, we have already programmed out in detail the various days, and you'll see that we program typically from about 9 in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if we have any happy hour activities planned. We'll have that planned on some, but you'll see that we give you breaks midway in the morning session. You get a 15-minute, you get a lunch break, and then typically once we're done with lunch, we'll run on through to the afternoon, finishing sometime around 3. It's the same with the experiential learning. Number of folks that we have programmed in to cover the various topics, regulation, and so on. When we get to the second session, similar approach, leadership session on day 1, and here you'll have Lead Advantage in to take you through the 9 to 3 session. On the Wednesday session, we'll focus on nuclear. You can see how we have it divided out here. And each time as we approach a session, Kelly verifies, confirms the speakers. She gets those lined up. She'll provide you a program that looks a lot like this, had it up on the screen just previously. She'll provide you a program that takes you through on a schedule like this, step by step through the various visits that we have. Sometimes you'll have a speaker, and the speaker will visit with you just like I visited with you without PowerPoints for the most part for an hour or so. Sometimes you'll have a presentation that'll be mostly PowerPoint. Sometimes you'll have videos. For example, when on the second session, experiential learning, we're going to visit the Southern Company's Vogtle plant. Hopefully, Kelly will be able to line up the video that we had from them in December with another class where they actually use drone technology and other video technology to take you through this huge, many square miles construction project of a 2 reactor nuclear generating facilities that are being brought to completion sometime in the next couple of years. They've got stop action video that shows you, clear ground, build up of the plant, and then they'll take you through the project site currently. So you get some really good videos sometimes. A lot of it will be PowerPoint, some will be lectures like you're experiencing right now. Rather than run through these various other sessions that we need to plan out, session 3 being on utility rates, nuclear waste, decommissioning. Session 4 deals with primarily the power grid. Session 5 deals primarily with energy technologies. Session 6, we start to look at renewables, hydro, renewable natural gas, biomass, and then we have solar and wind in our session 7. And I want to go back up to the top and point out a minute that we've done a little blending. So you'll see that the darker blue in our experiential learning it's a little bit more oriented towards kind of lecture type activities. And the lighter blue is oriented a little bit more towards field trip video, where you're kind of looking at systems as opposed to covering concepts. So we tried to divide your days up with the experiential learning so that you had variety, as opposed to being on screen and listening to somebody, hour after hour after hour flip through PowerPoints. The green that you have in here with regard to the leadership development is relatively interactive. On the days in green, often we'll use breakout rooms where, for example, we'll cover a topic for a bit, say your leadership archetypes and communication. So we may have kind of a 30-minute orientation lecture, a little bit of interaction activity, and then we'll send you off to breakout rooms in small groups. And with 20 of you, it'll be 5 with 4 in each group, or 4 with 5 in each group. We'll send you off to small groups, and then you'll work in your group on a topic. You may have a case study that you have to look at. You may have a survey form that you've been sent in advance. You get homework, so sometimes you get homework in advance where you need to fill out a form, score it, send it back to me, or send it back to Rick and Sherry. So I have homework. You go into your session, kind of review your homework, reach a conclusion. You may have a problem that you have to reach a solution. Then you come back to the plenary session, and you will present what you learned with the entire group. Sometimes you come back and you compete with the other groups. So sometimes we actually have debates where you've looked at one side of a topic, the other groups looked at the other side of the topic, you come back, and then you have debates. When we did this in person, we actually had to put like a 3-foot dividing line between the teams because the debates became quite passionate. So we try in these green shaded sessions, daily sessions, to make sure that you have a good deal of flow and interaction. But again, I want to emphasize that you're the ones paying for the class. You have a good deal of influence in steering where it goes with regard to the outcomes that you want to have. So please speak up as we go along. Let me stop there. We get about 2 more minutes where I can answer questions, address anyone's comments. You've kind of had a very quick run through, high overview, a little more depth of what this program is going to look like for you for the next 7 sessions. Comments, thoughts, questions?
And maybe just a quick question. You said, I guess the last session in March, you had to go virtual. Have you had good debates, I guess, over the virtual platform and things like that? Does it still hold up?
Do you go by Joe or Joseph?
Joseph.
Joseph, probably the beneficial aspect is that we've not had to put the physical barrier between the debate teams. But yes, even virtual, and there's some benefit to being 10 months down the road from the onset of the pandemic, because people have become more comfortable with their virtual profile and protocol, how they access virtual interaction. So as the year went on, as we got into October, November, and December, the participants were much more comfortable with each other and with the platform, and very readily engaged in conversation, discussion, etc. Early on, we really had to work to pull people out. So, and I can tell already that that this group is comfortable with the virtual platform. You've been somewhat interactive already. So now the interaction and debate, I would say in the last quarter was every bit as lively as when it was live.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. You do not manage people into battle. You lead people into battle. My name is Sherry Baldwin, and I had the privilege of starting Lead Advantage 14 years ago. And that was after 15 years in sales and marketing, 5 years of that as director of marketing, and then 5 years with another leadership firm. And over the years, Rick and I have had the honor of working with companies such as Ace Hardware, Coca-Cola Bottling, National Gypsum, United States Coast Guard, Lander University, University of South Carolina. We've worked with Siemens Energy, Duke Energy, and of course E4 Carolinas for the past 12 years. And the one thing that all of those organizations have in common, regardless of industry, is that they are all trying to strengthen the leadership qualities of their management teams and their employees so that they can take their organizations to the next level quicker. And here's the key: with less people and less money. Sound familiar? Folks, the only way I know to do that, to take your organizations to the next level quicker, is through leadership. Leadership makes all the difference in the world because leaders add value with their presence. And I believe that none of you would be here today, none of you would be part of this E4 Carolinas leadership process if you did not want to go back and continually add value with your presence. And that's what we'll be talking about when we're together. Grace Murray Hopper. Has anybody ever heard of Grace Murray Hopper? And folks, this is meant to be very engaging. So if you can leave your cameras on, I like to see your smiling faces and nodding heads if possible. But please feel free to just jump in when you can, or you can chat, or there's little emojis. If you see that smiling face, you can emoji us and a thumbs up or a smiling face when we just ask for a yes or no or something like that. So anybody ever heard of Grace Murray Hopper? All right. Grace Murray Hopper was the highest ranking female naval officer and the mother of COBOL. In other words, she was responsible for helping to develop that COBOL computer system and get it installed on our nuclear submarines, making us far more technologically advanced than the Russians during the Cold War. And because of the breadth of her accomplishments, both as a naval officer and as a computer scientist, she's often been referred to as Amazing Grace. But what's even more amazing to me is that Grace retired from the military at age 60. The Navy went to Grace and they asked for her to re-enlist, and she did for another almost 20 years. Now, to my knowledge, there has never been another male or female, any branch of the military, walking around full dress uniform, active duty at almost 80 years old. That's simply amazing. But Grace was interviewed on 60 Minutes by Morley Safer. Now, they both have since passed away. But she was interviewed by Morley Safer, and he gave her 2 segments of that 60-minute interview, so 40 minutes. And at the end of that 40 minutes, he asked her in one sentence to sum up the difference between a manager and a leader in the military. And Grace said, "Oh, that's easy. You do not manage soldiers into battle. You lead soldiers into battle." Folks, you do not manage your teams. You do not manage people into battle. You lead people into battle. Now, what's the difference? So in a couple of words or a phrase, somebody give me your spin on that. The difference between a manager and a leader in the workplace. The difference in a manager and a leader. And you just need to unmute and jump in on us.
You know, I think from my perspective, when you look at a manager, I think that you're kind of directing people what to do. And I think when you're a leader, you're kind of, through your actions, you're showing them how to behave and how you would like the rest of the team to behave. So I think it's a subtle difference, but it's definitely a profound difference.
Yes, thank you, Luke. Absolutely.
And I was going to,
yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I was going to chime in and say basically the same, is that with that leader, it's mainly by example.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Lead by example versus directing. What else? Other spins on that, manager versus a leader.
So I
Yeah,
can
hi,
add
Sherry.
on.
This is
Oh, sorry,
Nick.
go ahead.
Oh, okay, Stephen, why don't you go first and then Nick next.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with what they both just said. The only thing I'd add onto it, and I actually, to me, it resonates. I've been watching the Michael Jordan documentary on Netflix, and he said the same thing, is that a leader is willing to do everything that they're asking the people to do as well, not just telling them what to do and then going, to bed at night, right? So to me, that's the difference between a leader and a manager. A manager just tells people to do things. A leader does it with them and again leads by example. So.
Oh, nice. It's nice to know that Michael Jordan is backing us up. All right, Luke.
That was Nick. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. I think sometimes managers, they will let people kind of look in their own world and let them do their own things and help them in their own things. But I think a leader actually brings a common direction to the whole group so that we're all on the same page, going in the same common direction, versus everyone just scattered and doing their own things, which could be at a high level, but collectively not really doing the best for the whole group.
Yeah, I love that. Yes.
Yeah, very
Absolutely.
well said.
Anybody else want to give that? It is well said. Anybody else want to give us a final spin on that? Manager versus a leader? All right. Essentially, we manage tasks, projects, things. We lead people. Now, please do not misunderstand me. We need both of those two dynamics in the workplace in order to be successful, don't we? We just need to know how and when to use each of those two dynamics appropriately. And that's what you are going to hear about. That's what those assessments will show you, because we all tend to lean one way or the other, right? We lean more toward tasks, sometimes at the expense of people, or we lean more toward people, sometimes at the expense of completing a task in a timely manner. So those assessments that you are going to take, now I'm going to send you a link by tomorrow morning. So if you do not get that link with instructions, then send me a note. Well, first check and make sure I'm not blocked in your system, and then send me a note and I'll get it to you again. But I'm going to send you a link for that assessment that you will take. Your manager, you'll send it to your manager to take, and you'll send it to 5 to 7 colleagues to complete on you as well, direct reports and or colleagues. And so you're going to get that information that will tell you which way you tend to lean, and you'll receive that in February. Do you lean more toward people, and we need to focus on balancing that with the task side, or do you lean more toward a task orientation, and now we need to balance that with the people side of the equation? So that information will help you to set personal goals, to have that healthier balance and enhance the things you're already strong in. So we look forward to doing that with you. Now, there are, well, before I jump into the factors that influence your behavior, I'd like to, you met Rick earlier, I'd like to give Rick an opportunity to introduce himself a little bit further. So Rick?
So good morning again. I'm Rick Vipperman, and I too had the privilege of having a leader development company, and after 25 years decided to sell the business. About 4 years prior to that, Sherry firm, and we teamed up and had the opportunity to work with the many organizations that Sherry has already alluded to, and many others around the U.S. and outside the U.S., until I decided to move into phase 2 of my life after those 25 years. Now, phase 2 was simply a code for finding a beach somewhere, putting up my beach chair, turning on my man Jimmy Buffett and enjoying margaritas and tequila sunrises. You know, after averaging 40 plus weeks a year of traveling during those 25 years, I just needed to find some balance in life. And as you can imagine, I was certainly enjoying the transition. Sherry and I stayed in touch, and 3 years passed by way too quickly. I was literally on the beach, and Sherry and I were having our normal catch-up phone call. At the end of the call, Sherry said that she would like to ask me a couple of to serve in an advisory capacity to her company. And without hesitation, I said yes, because not only did it give us a chance to work together again, but it also allowed me to return to the leadership arena, which I have had a lifelong love for. Her second question was, would I be willing to facilitate again? That I must have made two for response, because she said, are you still there? And this time I gave her a qualified answer. I said, maybe. Just not sure I want to get back into that level of travel again. If I can be more selective about the frequency of travel and the locations, I would give it some serious. She immediately responded yes and yes to both of your answers. You decide your own, she said, and you can have all the great locations in exotic places. Well, as we know, if it sounds too good to be true, it's probably what? Thank you. I bought way, and I got to tell you, I haven't seen an exotic location. I've seen one ocean, and I haven't even seen a tiki hut, a damn tiki hut at this point. But Sherry and I are back together again. And
hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Rick, when Kelly gets us to that beach location and we can go out on the beach for happy hour after session, I'll buy you one of those little umbrella drinks.
You got it, Sherry. Got it. You know, and Kelly did get us to Wilmington once. You remember? Do you?
Mm-hmm. I do.
We got to Wilmington.
I do.
I would have seen first beach I would have seen. And what did we have? We had a monsoon. I mean, it was raining so hard the entire time. There was no visibility. So anyway, we're having fun again, aren't we?
We are. We're glad to. We love working together, and we're glad to be back with this group again this year. So much fun. Okay, is it fair to say that we complicate stuff? Yeah, sure we do. We complicate things. What about behavior? Do you think we complicate behavior? I see some heads nodding, yes. Yeah, we tend to put a mystique around it and make it a lot more difficult than it really is. And so part of our job is to remove the mystique and to uncomplicate behavior so that you can take this information back with you and find some immediate application for it in the workplace. Because what good is any of this information if you can't find some immediate application for it, right? So what we found, and I'm going to share my screen. I sent you a handout for those of you who like to take notes. Feel free. Can everybody see that screen? I get a thumbs up. Okay. There we go. And there's Grace Murray Hopper for those of you who got a kick out of that story. Okay. What we have found when it comes to leadership and management behavior is that there are only 7 behavior patterns out there. Now, there are 6 viable, but 7 total, and we'll talk about that more when we're with you in February. But all I have to do, now I will tell you that right there, just 7 uncomplicates it for me. There's not 50, there's not 100, there's just 7. And all I have to do is figure out which of those 7 patterns you fall into, and I will know everything about you as a manager and a leader. Because these 7 patterns tell me your personality, they tell me what your needs are, and they tell me why you make the decisions that you make. And usually, I can determine which of those patterns you fall into in 45 minutes or less. And you all will be able to do the same thing, because Rick and I in February are going to give you the codes to do just that. So by the time we finish the day together in February, you'll be able to look at that pyramid, look at those patterns, and you will be able to find your manager. And you will know more about your manager than he does or she does about himself or herself. By the time we end the day in February, Joseph, you will be able to find your colleague Stephen on that pyramid. And you will be able to say, now I know why I don't like Stephen. Never have liked the guy much. Now I know why. So perhaps it'll have that effect on you, or perhaps it'll have this effect instead. You'll look at that pyramid, you'll find your colleague Stephen, and Joseph, you will say, you know, never have cared too much for that Stephen, but now that I see where he falls on that pyramid and I know why he makes the decisions that he makes, you know, Stephen's not such a bad guy after all. So perhaps it'll have that effect instead.
I'm pretty terrible.
Does one of you report to the other?
No.
You
We're on
work
different
together?
sides of the campus. Yeah, we haven't
Okay.
met each other actually.
Okay, well now you have. And
But
now
I
you can
like him already.
determine if you like each other. And then finally, you will be able to look at that pyramid and you will be able to find yourself. Now, which one of those do you think will be the most difficult to recognize?
The Apollyon, maybe, because I don't know what it means.
Well, I mean, out of your, actually, that might end up being the easiest. But out of your manager, your colleagues, and yourself, which one do you think will be the toughest to recognize?
I think yourself is going to be the toughest.
Yeah, yourself. Why?
Well, you interact with other people on a daily basis, but you don't really have the opportunity to interact with yourself. So you don't really know how you respond, or haven't really tried to analyze yourself in that regard.
Okay, that plays into that, certainly. Any other comments on that?
I mean, I think we all like to live in our own little reality, and sometimes it may not exactly line up with actuality.
Yeah, yeah. I would definitely say that plays into it, right? Rick and I like to call that the halo effect, right? We all tend to put a little halo over our heads, and we pat ourselves on the back and we say, you know, I'm pretty good at managing and leading other people, if I do say so myself, right? But not to worry, because you are going to get a reality check in February with those assessments, because you're going to tell us where you fall on this. We're going to get to see your halo image of yourself. And then your manager and your colleagues are going to fill out their perceptions of you. There's your reality check. And we always say their perception is your reality, like it or not. It's what you do with that reality that makes all the difference in the world. And we like to think of it as a Law and Order or CSI show where you can look at your self-reflection in the mirror, but you can't see through the mirror. The people on the other side can see through the mirror and see you. Well, you're going to have the unique opportunity to walk around to the other side of that mirror and see yourself through the eyes of other people. And again, that's that link will be coming out by no later than tomorrow morning. And then there's instructions on how to send that out for others to fill out. That'll give you about 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks to complete that before we're together again. And then you will get in February those results packaged. And we affectionately refer to those results as your book of life. And you're going to get that look into your book of life. Now, there are 5 factors that influence or help determine which of those 7 behavior patterns that you fall into. So the first one begins with a P. Can somebody guess what that P might stand for? Something that influences your behavior in the workplace. Any guesses? And you can chat, and I can't see the chat box right now, so I'll ask Kelly or Jess maybe to call out if somebody does chat.
What about position?
Did you say position?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not position. And anybody have another guess on that?
Looks like in the chat box it says personality, performance.
Okay, the first one is correct, personality. Studies have shown that 65 to 70% of your personality is already formed by the time you are born. That's that genetic makeup. That leaves 30 to 35% that is pretty much formed by the time you are 6 to 8 years old. Now, I say pretty much because more recent studies have shown that there are some slight variances in your personality in the teen years, predominantly influenced by whom?
Parents.
Peers.
Not parents, but peers, right? Isn't that scary? But for the most part, you are who you are by the time you are 6 to 8 years old. Now, before anybody uses that as an excuse, well, I know I have a bad temper. My daddy had a bad temper. My granddaddy had a bad temper. It's just who I am. Know that while you cannot change your personality, you can change the behavior associated with that. So, for instance, if everybody would do this with me, wherever you are in your house or your work, set down your pins and cross your arms. Now, cross them the other way. How did that feel?
Strange.
Strange, right? I saw a little bit of this going on. It's a little awkward, a little strange, but you can do it, right? You just had to stop and think about it for a minute. You see, what you did the first time was your natural tendency. And if you are not thinking about it, you will cross your arms the same way every time. Now, you can cross them the other way. You just have to stop and take a moment and think, and then you can do it. And it's the same way with personality and behavior. Your personality reveals your natural tendency. So if your natural tendency is to explode, you learn very quickly that may not be a good career move at work. And so you learn how to take a breath and calm down, or go out of the room for a moment and collect your thoughts, and then come back and respond to a situation versus somebody who's naturally calm, cool, and collected. So here's the good news for some of us. Personality is only one of the things that influences your workplace and the behavior, your workplace behavior. So the second factor that influences behavior begins with an S. Would somebody like to take a guess what that S might stand for? Something that influences behavior. Somebody want to call out a guess?
I'll call out society.
Society. Who said that? Nicholas? Nick?
Yep.
Was that you? What a great guess. It's wrong, but it was a great guess. Who else would like to take a guess? Go ahead, make my day. This is my favorite part. That's my favorite part of the day.
I was just about to say, good job, Nick.
Well, the ones who are really mad are the ones who started writing that down and are now scribbling it out or erasing. Now, any other guesses on S?
Situation.
Yes, situation. That is correct. Situation. Is it not fair to say that the situation at your respective companies changes every week, every day, sometimes every hour? Sure. So next to this one, put a little asterisk and put should be the greatest influence. The situation should be the greatest influence in determining which of those behavior patterns you are using. Should be. However, it is not most of the time. So should be the greatest influence, but often is not, if you're taking notes on that. Situation. Now, the third factor that influences your behavior begins with an N. Now, somebody always guesses knowledge. It is not knowledge. I'm taking that one off the table right up front. What do you think that N stands for? Any guesses? If I am in sales, I need to know what your
Numbers.
Not you might want to know their numbers, but you've got to know what their blank is.
Need.
Needs, yes, needs. Got to know what your needs are, and you've got to know what the needs are of those with whom you are dealing or interacting with. So for instance, Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. Now, who's Jimmy Johnson, not the race car driver?
Successful football coach, right?
Yes, former coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And who is Jerry Jones?
The worst GM in the history of NFL.
He is the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll go with that. Now, some of you may remember this story, but Jimmy Johnson had just taken the Cowboys to 2 consecutive Super Bowl wins. And Jerry Jones was mad at him because Jerry said that Jimmy never gave him credit for any of those wins. Now, Jimmy Johnson had a huge power need. Jerry Jones, a huge ego. So when a reporter stopped Jimmy Johnson on the way to the locker room and asked him why he never gave Jerry credit for those Super Bowl wins, do you remember what he said? He said it's because he doesn't deserve any of the credit. There's that power need talking. So what did the ego do?
He said anyone could have taken them to the Super Bowl and won.
And then what did he do?
Oh, we fired him.
He fired him despite 2 consecutive Super Bowl wins. So you've got to know what those needs are in yourself and others. Do you have a need for power and control, or do you have a need to be liked by everyone? Do you have a need for achievement, or do you have a need to follow the rules for security? What are those needs? And you're going to learn what they are. The fourth factor that influences behavior in the workplace begins with NLS. It is 3 words. It is not multiple listing, but any guesses?
Management leadership style or
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's manager's leadership style. So it's specifically your manager's leadership style. Now, remember, we said the S, the situation, should be the greatest factor, but often is not. Next to this one, put a little asterisk and put often is the greatest factor. Often is the greatest factor in determining your own leadership style. Now, why is that? Why would your manager's leadership style have such a huge influence on yours? What would you think?
We learn from the examples that we see.
We learn from the examples we see. Now, if you have a great manager, that might be a good thing, but not all of us can be so lucky, right? So we might say we learn the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yikes. What else? Any other thoughts on that?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, sometimes you have the pressure kind of to fall in line, you know, what's expected of you.
Absolutely. Why? Why do you have that pressure?
Because they're your boss and they control your destiny.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, they're paying my mortgage, right? And I've got to tell you, anybody who's paying my mortgage has a huge influence over me. And so we begin to emulate our manager's leadership style. Again, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So if you have people who are reporting to you, whether that's now or in the future, remember this, you essentially are paying their salary and they will begin to emulate you. So when you get those books of life back in February and you get that look in the mirror and you see something you like, know that you're creating more of you. And if you see something you don't like, man, that's ugly, know that you are creating more of you. And finally, the fifth factor begins with OE. Anybody want to take a guess on the OE? What OE might stand for? They're all like, no way, not after that S comment. Any guesses? Somebody knows this. They're just afraid I'm going to tell them it's wrong. You need a hint?
Word. Our first, the first word.
Okay. First word's operating. Or some people would say organization, organizational. Environment. I'm giving that one away. Operating environment. Who typically sets that OE in your respective organizations?
Senior leadership.
Yeah, the senior leadership team, right? The president and the executive team, the C-suite. Here's your policies, here's our mission statement, here's the rules you must abide by, and so forth. Now, do you have any influence over that OE at all?
I think it depends on how good the senior leadership is.
Yeah, sometimes it does. But if you do, in what way would you have an influence over that? And anybody can answer that.
Like providing feedback when like employee surveys are given.
It could be providing feedback, but how would you have influence in your immediate operating environment over with those around you?
Role model.
A role model plays into that. How else? How about in how you are interpreting that operating environment for those around you? In other words, are you interpreting that environment with so much rigidity and inflexibility that people hate getting up and coming into work? Or are you interpreting it with a little creativity and flexibility and people love their jobs? They love coming into work. And we've all been there, right? Both places. How many of you have had a job where you have hated getting up in the morning and going into work? I see a few hands going up. Yeah, you know, we've all been there, right? The alarm goes off, we reach over, we hit snooze 2 or 3 times, we drag ourselves into work. Nobody says good morning. You head straight for your office or cubicle and start working. Nobody goes to lunch together. You can't wait for the end of the day. Nobody's asking your opinion. You no longer feel free to give your opinion. You no longer feel you are adding value. And then we've all been on the opposite side. How many of you have had jobs where you've loved, you've loved getting up and going into work? Yeah, I see hands going up. Yeah, you come in, everybody says good morning, how's your weekend? You chit chat a bit, you work hard, people ask your opinion, you feel free to walk over and give your opinion and feel you are continually adding value with your presence. And we've all been on both sides of that. Whatever your current operating environment is, I certainly hope nobody views it like this. Now, being from Texas originally, I always have to tell a cowboy story. Cowboy walks into a cafe. He's carrying a shotgun in one hand and he's pulling a buffalo with the other. He walks up to the counter and he says to the waiter, "Give me a coffee." And the waiter says, "Sure, man, coming right up." And he pours the cowboy a tall mug of coffee. After drinking it down in just one gulp, the cowboy turns and he blasts the buffalo with the shotgun. Then he walks out, disappears. The next day, the cowboy returns. He's got a shotgun in one hand. He's pulling another buffalo with the other hand. He walks up to the counter, slaps his hand down, says, "Give me a coffee." And the waiter says, "Whoa, man, we're still cleaning up your mess from yesterday. What the heck was that all about anyway?" The cowboy smiles proudly and he says, "Oh, I'm training for an upper management position. Come in, drink coffee, shoot the bull, leave mess for others to clean up, and disappear for the rest of the day." All right. So on that note, I'm going to hand it back over to Rick.
Well, let's put up the screen there.
All right, I've got it.
All right. Guys, have a good view of what you are seeing. If you'll let me.
Like a lone wolf.
Sherry, we may need
Lone
to.
wolf, I heard.
Is it full screen, Sherry? Mine is not full screen, but I
It
understand
is.
why. Okay. All right. I got a few questions to ask of you as you look at that. Give you a view. Now that you've had that view, you do not see a wolf. How many of you do not see
So if you do,
one?
so if you do not see a wolf, then I was just going to say, if you do not see a wolf, use that little emoji and put a thumbs down or something like that in the chat box, or say no. Either one is fine.
Now, if you do
So
not see
everybody sees a wolf, Rick.
that wolf, you probably do not see the chart to your eye doctor. You see that one? All right. Question number 2. How many of you do see, and as Sherry said, you can chat it, you can raise your hand, you can give thumbs up. How many of you do not see a second wolf? What kind of response are we?
Oh, everybody sees too.
Everybody
sees too.
Thank you. All right. It's going to get a bit harder. Number 3 question. How many of you, again, raise your that we gave you to let us know. How many of you do see a third wolf?
Does everybody see a third wolf? If not, chat no or thumbs down or say no. I've got 1 thumbs down.
1 down. All right, we'll go to question number 4.
1 down so far.
Of you, let us know with the same options. How many of
Oh, there's two more no's that don't see the third one. So there's a handful that don't see it.
Okay, still good. What about a
Yep.
wolf? See a fourth wolf with your hand
No or thumbs down if you, oh,
or the numbers climbing.
no, there's a no. I don't see a fourth. Got a couple thumbs up, but mostly thumbs down or no's.
So the numbers are going up about not seeing
All right.
the fourth wolf. All right. Question 5, we're going to flip it. For those of you who see all 5, there's a fifth wolf. For those who see all 5 wolves, we'd like for you to let by way of the same options.
All right, I got a thumbs up from Don. I've got a yes from Stephen. Whoops, now they're coming in fast. Sydney says yes. I've got thumbs up. Looks like a lot of them do. I think so. I got a maybe. I got a 4.5. Is there anybody who does not see the fifth one? All right.
And
Looks
Sherry,
like most of them have been able to find it.
are you going to be able to just that look at all 5 those out for anyone who might want to see all 5?
For those of you who did not, and the person who said 4.5 is correct, here they are. So look for the heads predominantly. That'll, one of them, there's 4 full ones and a half just ahead on the third arrow down. He's looking up. Anybody not see those now? All right.
Got a pretty strong response to that. You know, if you think back over is that a fair statement, Sherry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, I think perhaps virtually it's a little bit easier to see than when we have it up on a big PowerPoint in the room, and they had a lot of time to look at it, so that all probably helps.
That's good. Okay, just to close our part out today, just a few observations. Like the illusion of the wolves, the different angle shot of their presence. We're all subject and exposed to others, more often than not invisible to us, and they are forming impressions and perceptions of our behavior, and for better or worse, judging us accordingly. As I mentioned in my introduction, my travel schedule in the business averaged up to 40 weeks per year. And consequently, the main method I had of connecting with my staff was obviously by phone from the various client locations. So I made a regular habit of calling, if only shortly, to everyone that was available in the office. On one particular trip, I was in Dallas with American Airlines, working with the chief pilots with our leader development process. At the first break, I hurried to a designated area in the hotel where you could have a level of privacy to make your calls. After finishing the conversations with my staff and about to hurry to the session, of the one who was responsible for my being there stepped from behind a column I could not get a good view of while I was making my calls. He just stepped from behind this column, and it was separated from my having of that. He said, "Rick, I need to apologize to you for something." And I responded with, "For what?" And he said, "I have been listening to your conversations with your staff, and I wanted to hear enough to determine if you practice what you preach." And under my breath, I was mumbling something along the lines of, "Oh, damn," or may have been, "What did he hear?" And I mustered the courage to ask him, well, did I pass your test? And he answered, well, Rick, to the session with you and opening the door for you. Does that answer your question? And I said, thank you. Angle shots of our words and actions reveal the real truth about who we are. And as Sherry mentioned just a moment ago, you will soon be receiving the link for the Leadership Pattern Assessment, or sometime we refer to it as the LPA. This assessment is designed to measure our effectiveness in 10 different areas of management and leadership. 5 areas of which focus on task accomplishment are business-related decision-making and achieving results, and 5 areas of which focus on leadership or people-related qualities, skills, areas that will reflect the value and emphasis that is being placed on our relationships with our employees and our colleagues. And we will be sharing those results, these shots, if you will, from your colleagues and our direct reports and manager, 6th session. So Sherry,
16.
And I will see you. We'll see you then. And we're both, I think I can speak for both of us. We're really looking forward to working with you in 2021. And thank you for letting us share morning today.
Yes, thank you, everybody. And I also will be sending out a link to my calendar and Rick's calendar to sign up for one-on-one coaching sessions the 17th, 18th, 19th, or the following Monday. So be on the lookout for that as well. We look forward to seeing you again in February. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
All right, are we ready to be back in session? Hey, there we have some folks. All right, so we do have people still online. Great. Kelly, you still with us? We ready to go? I see Kelly.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I'm going to go to screen share. And if you wonder sometimes why I look over here, I'm running 2 separate computers. That redundancy ensures that we will always have a steady connection. If one computer has an issue, the other computer most likely is going to be okay. But it does, I do every once in a while look over there to say, what am I showing people? And while my PowerPoint boots up, you get to take a look at Lake Michigan Sunset, which is the beach where I grew up. All right, we're going to take a look at the behavioral operating system. And as we get into this, you may think, I wonder what this has to do with leadership. By the time that you're done, I think that you'll understand what it has to do with leadership. And I'm very appreciative for Sherry and Rick giving us a little bit of insight, because some of what they covered actually foreshadows what we're going to be looking at in this session today. So, and Sherry kind of started us in the conversation. So your behavioral operating system. So question for you. All right. So Microsoft was introduced in 1985, 36 years ago. I remember it. So I was out in the work world at that time, and the Microsoft operating system was something amazing, because previously we had something called, we got a couple of IT people in the program. It was called DOS, the Direct Operating System. And you basically got, a screen with yellow, writing on it, and you had to key in stuff and all that. And suddenly you had this interface that was kind of friendly. And over time, Microsoft has updated how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Over 36 years, it's updated probably about once every 3 years, sometimes to our consternation. While we've been working this morning, I actually have had to delete and then reinstall 2 of my email accounts because Microsoft wasn't working right. But after introduction, over 36 years, Microsoft has been updated repeatedly, about every 2 or 3 years. Believe it or not, we have had 38 years of cell phone operating system activity where, the cell phones were principally in use. I remember the first one that I bought, it was about the size of 3 building bricks. That was the battery. And it had this little thing that sat on top of it, and you carried it around with you, and you had to plug it in frequently. And it had a battery life of maybe about an hour, but you could make cellular phone calls. We started out analog, we moved to digital. And once we moved to digital, you had the multimedia explosion, where we had Palm, BlackBerry, Windows Mobile phones, and then the iPhone came in. And I remember my first iPhone. I was in Austin, Texas. I bought it, and it was probably just the basic iPhone at the time. And I since have had a 6 and have an 8 now or a 10, I forget. But when we're on the iPhone 12, so we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've had 10 different versions at least of the iPhone, various derivations. So, again, about every 2 or 3 years, we get an update. So we have an operating system update. Think about your automobile. The first cruise control became standard on Cadillacs in 1960. We had remote security where you go beep beep, and engine ignition systems as early as 1983. We've had automatic heating and cooling. So you put it on auto. Previously, you had a dial. You had to kind of dial it up and then push buttons and things like that. And then it became that you could just set it. You had automatic light and wiper sensors. Now we have wipers that even sense rain and come out automatically. Global positioning systems. We had GPS that came in and got to be pretty good about the year 2000. Finally, navigation systems, and now, if I don't have CarPlay plugged into my car, connected to my iPhone, and I even have learned to program my iPhone so that, if you put like a suite after the address, so it doesn't pick up as well. So now I put all the suites in front. So I go suite 101, comma, and then I put the address. So, if I don't have my iPhone plugged into CarPlay, I don't know where I'm going. I don't have this voice kind of tell me, turn left at the next corner. We have remote sensing now. So to my wife Sherry's annoyance, she has a new Ford SUV, and whenever it gets too close to the white line, the steering wheel kind of goes brrr. We have hands-free operation now in some vehicles, and we've approached the point where we have autonomous vehicle operation, where Greenville, South Carolina, either has or is about to embark upon a demonstration project where they'll actually have small transit vehicles that run a particular route in the city automatically, can sense whether there's people there. And interestingly, they had to change the GPS positioning device. That typically the device is in that little fin on top of your car, and they actually had to change it so that the devices sit in the wheels that define the size of the vehicle, so that they could very carefully be able to move a vehicle to a curb and have it within a certain fraction of an inch of the curb, so that they could properly control those vehicles. So your vehicle's operating system has been updated continually. Okay, time to unmute. Show me your faces. How often is your behavioral operating system upgraded? Thoughts? Comments? Think about an operating system. Think about updating. Think about upgrading. How often does your behavioral operating system upgrade?
David, this is Matt. So when you start talking about cars, I kind of cued in on it because I enjoy driving. I enjoy cars. When I was younger, I was a rather aggressive driver. And so now I'm in my late 40s and I find myself being more in the right-hand lane and not always trying to dominate the left lane. I have two young sons who are both driving now, and they want to sit in the left lane, and I'm trying to kind of coach them. So my point is that, you know, that's just an example of progression in behavioral when it comes to me behind the wheel. And I think that as we go through the journey of life, we do get that, whether we're aware of it or not. But sometimes it's good for us to go through classes and training like this so we can kind of step back and reflect, you know, what it is and see if we can tweak it or improve it even more.
Now, I'm going to take you back to a comment that Sherry made. What you're describing is behavior. And over time, and that's a really important point, because over time, when you become aware of your behavior, you can better manage it to your benefit, to your organization's or to your family's benefit. And that's what you're telling me. But now, the behavioral operating system that allows you to perceive and drive a car probably has not changed. You're just simply learning how to manage the behavior that results from that behavioral operating system. So Jim suggested that your behavioral operating system is upgraded every night when you sleep. It's rested. It's refreshed. It's like turning your computer off. You know, sometimes my files get a little bit messed up and I just need to reboot. That's what you do when you sleep. You're rebooting, you know, your file system. But have you actually installed or upgraded your operating system when you sleep?
Right.
I think not.
Right.
So my point here is that the behavioral operating system that you have is relatively unchanged from when you originally acquired it, which is at birth and shortly thereafter. So you have this behavioral operating system. It is with you throughout your entire life. There is no means by which to upgrade it. You can't change your brain functions. You can learn how to identify them, and you can learn how to better manage them. And that is the main theme that we'll have throughout the entire leadership development program that you enjoy these next 7 sessions. So your behavioral operating system is what it is, and it's your job to better understand how it works, how it creates meaning, how it creates behavior, and then to manage that. Any additional thoughts on the behavioral operating system? And Matt, by the way, like I said, I'll be 70 next month. I'm still always in the left-hand lane at 79 miles an hour. I'm sorry, that's who I am. And I drove competitively with the Sports Car Club of America when I was a younger person.
Yeah. Hey, just give me a little tap on the lights. I'll ease over to the right. Some people take offense, man. You flick the lights at them, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah. No, Matt, I will tell you, as I've gotten older, I used to be a flip the light guy, and in Germany, that's the courteous protocol.
Right.
Driving on an Autobahn at 160, you tap the lights, people go, and they give way. In the United States, that's not the case. If that's my lane, by God, I'm keeping it. So as I've gotten older, whereas you've modified your behavior, as I've gotten older, I find that I take the most satisfaction out of driving, at 79 miles an hour, but being totally invisible. So my practice is, how can I move through traffic where no one even takes notice of me? So that's kind of become a game that I play as I drive long distances.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's the zen of driving. So your behavioral operating system automatically creates your behavior. Now, you may think that you're in control. All right. An important aspect of leadership is understanding that you are not in control of creating your behavior. You can be in control of managing the behavior that you're creating. Important distinction. And the reason for that, the reason that behavior is created automatically for the most part, is that most of the things that we do are far too complex for us to synthesize them consciously. And we'll take a look at a little bit as to how much of your brain activity is conscious to you and under your control so you can influence it, and how much of it is unconscious. And the difference is so great that you may not believe it, but it's scientifically true. We'll get to that probably in about 20 minutes. So I want you to think just for a minute some of these functions. So let's, we were on the theme of driving. Let's think about driving for a minute. And let's say that you're going down a 2-lane highway at 55 miles an hour. So unlike me, you're doing the speed limit, 55 miles an hour, and you're coming up to an intersection. So the two side streets have to stop. You're coming up to an intersection, excuse me, excuse me, and you're going to make a turn right, all right? So you're going to slow down, and you're going to turn the car, and you're going to turn right. Now, at 55 miles an hour, you're moving, approaching an intersection. You have to do a very complex mathematical calculation to determine how much brake pressure do I apply within the distance I have remaining so that I can reduce to a speed safe enough to be able to move my car around the corner. In addition, as you approach that corner, you have to understand how to turn the wheel sufficiently to kind of carve that arc around that corner, and then return the wheel so that your car straightens, proceeds down that lane, and then accelerates back up to the 55-mile speed limit on this side road. Now, to do all that is probably mathematical equations that stretch for 4 or 5 pages and are so complex that you'd have to have a laptop computer to be able to solve them and figure out the deceleration, turning, and acceleration equations. That all goes on automatically in your brain. That all goes on automatically. That's behavior that's being created automatically. That gentle pressing of the brake, that turning of the steering wheel, that push on the accelerator to accelerate, that's all behavior that you produce automatically as a result of trial and error experience, things like that. So you're synthesizing a great deal of information. So imagine if you had to consciously replicate all that in your conscious part of your brain. You'd have to first of all study, all right, I'm 700 feet from the intersection. I've got to depress the brake about 1/4 of an inch, then 1/2 inch, then 3/4 of an inch. And I've got to slow from 55 down to about 15 to make that corner. And now I've got to carve an arc, and that's not quite a 90-degree arc. It's about a 78-degree arc. And I've got to turn my steering wheel 22, you just don't do that. How many of you would agree that you don't consciously execute all of that activity to drive your car? We have show of hands. Okay, y'all agree? Now, apply that to some of the things that we routinely do. Apply that to that conversation that we're having right now. I'm looking at Andrea, and she raised her hand and nodded her head. Did you consciously say, oh, in response to David's question, let me raise my hand up to maybe about eye level, and let me nod my head twice? Did you consciously do that?
Not the particulars of it, but
yeah. Basically, a thought came into your mind and said, "Oh, I want to respond." Okay, but you didn't go through all the calculations of how I'd. So even when we interact, the vast majority of what we're doing occurs automatically because our behavior is so complex. It's so complex that you can't synthesize it consciously. Now, I realize that this is a hard concept to accept, that literally everything that you do emanates from your subconscious, with the majority of it being automatic. But once you can accept that, then managing that behavior becomes a lot easier. Then you begin to observe it. So walking, driving, talking, breathing's automatic. Do you consciously say, oh, time for more oxygen? Breathe in. Oh, got to dispel the waste that's coming from my legs. Breathe out. So much of what we do is automatic. So there are 4 systems that make up your behavioral operating system that control all this stuff. You have long-term memory. We're going to take a look at that. You have sensory processing. We're going to take a look at that, and this is going to surprise you. And I promise when we get done with this, you're going to look at your peers, and you're going to look at your managers, going to go, they don't know this stuff, I do. Okay? This is kind of some of the secret sauce of leading. We're going to look at your short-term memory, and then we're going to look at your fight or flight system. Because believe it or not, your fight or flight system also controls a good deal of what's going on, and it can hijack what's going on. So let's dig into it. So as Sherry indicated, a lot of who you are is programmed genetically, and then you learn it from your environment. Okay? So when you're born, you can't talk. These people are talking this strange language. They're saying, oh, look at the cute little baby. And you're going, what in the world does that mean? Okay? Not necessarily, you're not talking English in your brain at that point, but you're going, So as an infant, you begin to interact with your environment to test and say, how in the world do I get what I want out of all of these things that are around me? So your behavioral archetype begins to develop at that point through trial and error. Okay? So depending upon how your environment responds to you, you learn what's successful, and you internalize it and repeat it as the rules for success in your environment. So, some infants find out that crying or complaining is really a great way to get what they want. Others find out that good behavior or responsiveness is a good way. Others find out that, by being clever, doing tricks or things like that, accomplishing things. So, as you progress to the point to where you have language, you've learned that language and can interact, you begin to decode this further. But your success strategy actually becomes hardwired before you're conscious of it. So that part of your behavioral operating system, that behavioral archetype, that filter that says, this is my success strategy and this is how I make my way through life, gets hardwired before you have an opportunity to choose. So again, we come back to the idea that the behavior that you produce, the behavioral archetype, the leadership archetypes that you evolve into are there to manage as opposed to change. And that success strategy that you settle on, it creates the framework or the filter for everything that you learn, all the thoughts that you have, and the behavior that results from it. Because, when you're at this point, age 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, you're busy figuring out, how in the world do I survive in this place where I am now? Boy, where I was previously, everything was taken care of. I just got to ride along. Everything was safe. And now all of a sudden I'm out as an individual being in this world. And, what strategy? So you find a strategy that works, and everything about you is geared toward how can I better develop this strategy? What knowledge do I need to make it work? And other strategies you might pursue aren't conscious to you, and you're not following those. So your success strategy becomes your version of your behavioral operating system. Do you remember the pyramid with the 7 leadership archetypes that Sherry showed you about an hour ago is kind of stacked up in multiple colors. Those are versions of behavioral operating systems. There it is right there. All right. So think for a minute, if you have a behavioral operating system that's geared a particular way, what are your thoughts about how you gather information? So how about some of you that have been quiet? So Stephen, Jim, Nicholas, how about now in business? So now you're grown up, you're a business manager, executive. How do you think your leadership archetype influences what information you want to gather and how you go about it? So Jim's off mute. Jim, do you have a thought?
I think it often follows my personality of direct interaction with people. I'm a little more straightforward. We'll actually just go and try to nicely ask people, what they need and what needs to get done.
Yeah. So understand that response. This is a person-to-person conversation. Other people may have said, I really like to pull open a book and look at such and such. How about other thoughts about how your leadership archetype influences where you go for information?
I mean, I guess I can comment on that. I guess first, I'm really glad you bring this up because I was actually thinking about this last night when I was cooking dinner. I was looking at my daughter going, man, like, she's 3, and I'm like, it's changed so much in my life, like how I've gone from her age to now. Not that I remember all the specifics at 3, but basically same along the lines. You make a point of how we kind of learned the success formula, and I thought that I think it was Jim who just said about my personality, and that's something I struggle with on a constant basis. I'm just like Jim. I'm very direct and to the point, but some people don't need that, and so I try really hard to fight that temptation. And then the success strategy, like to your point about the learning, for me it's evolved. I mean, luckily I'm young enough to where technology has always been with my life, and I've just constantly adapted it. I mean, I basically entered college at the time Google was becoming very popular, and it like opened my world. Like I never had to go, I didn't have to go to the library anymore. I could just Google it. And so even from a leadership perspective of where I get my information, like if you were to have a camera in the Davis household, you would see me, this is kind of sad, but you would see me on the couch watching TV with my wife, like literally Googling leadership and business strategy about how to take kind of that next level approach. And so that's kind of been my success strategy is I've just found ways to just absorb as much information. And I've learned, I guess, at a young age, kind of, you saying this, what you said, having me doing self-reflection, is I've just learned at a young age that the more information, the more knowledge I can get, the more tools I can use and just formulate that success. Anyways, so I'm off my high horse. That's what my response to what you said.
So great comment. And think about what Stephen just shared with us. He said, I'm sitting on the couch, I'm watching television with my wife, and I'm Googling about leadership and management. Now, he didn't say that he's Googling about, ponies and fairies and things like that. Got a 3-year-old daughter. So you can see that his leadership archetype causes him to have interest in a particular information set. That's where his interest lies. Okay. My wife has a behavioral archetype that gears her towards a particular information set. It's different from mine. So as you work through with us in these 7 sessions and learn more about your leadership archetype, you're going to find that it creates a filter and it channels you in particular directions. And you're going to find that that it focuses you on certain teammates and it focuses you on certain ways to solve problems. For example, my solution to problem solving is very action oriented. My inclination is most often to do something. That, following that inclination without management sometimes gets me into trouble, because as opposed to asking whether I should do something, I typically will ask whether I can do something. Big difference. Also influences your choice of words. You'll find that the different leadership archetypes, and Sherry and Rick will get into this in the second session, but some of these archetypes have certain approaches to interaction and words and that. And that'll help you clue into who they are. But it also is limiting in that if your vocabulary is limited, it may not have appeal to different segments within the group that you're leading. So we're going to take a look at long-term memory now. You have two principal long-term memory systems. One is explicit memory, and one is implicit memory. Explicit memory takes about 18 months to come online once you're born, and it requires language. It requires some communication channel understanding, okay? So, because that's what puts stuff into your head, like facts, figures, names, and things like that. However, your implicit memory system is online day one when you're born. And it is busy recording everything. And this is where you develop abilities like riding a bike. Okay? So you cannot put into your memory the riding the bike program. Okay? You can learn a lot about riding a bike. You can learn a lot about bicycles, but you cannot learn riding a bike by just putting stuff into your head. You have to experience it. So your implicit memory system is your experiential learning system, and it just simply acts as a result of environmental exposure and feedback. Like I said, it's online from day one, and your implicit memory system is basically where your behavioral and leadership archetypes build. So it will implant relative facts, events, experiences, senses, things like this, things that are other than facts or figures. Your implicit memory is where your explicit memory is where you'll put those facts and events and figures in. Your implicit memory is skills, responses, emotions, things like that. All right, we're going to take a little bit closer look at explicit memory. Like I said, 18 months, and it's basically an analog operation. It's conscious. It can be brought up and recalled. It is the 2 + 2 = 4. And in your working memory, 4 comes up. You remember your mother's birthday. Everybody knows her social security number. So it takes years for it to be fully loaded and fully operational. Consciously recalled. It's fairly well time referenced. So Stephen, you said, I can't remember at age 3. You can probably think back to, say, an experience in 8th grade or experience in 12th grade. So you can probably time reference things and call them back. It becomes less accurate over time. So for example, I'm a longer ways from 8th grade than what most of you are. A little harder for me to recall exact details in 8th grade than you because my memory over time is degrading. And it generally deteriorates with age. So as you get older, it generally deteriorates, and as you get further away from an event, there's deterioration. Implicit memory, again, very different. Active day one, you can think of it as your knowing memory. What do I know? And what's my sense of this? So it remembers the rules of repetitive experience. This is how successful quarterbacks can throw within 6 inches to a corner of an end zone. This This is how all those basketball players can come down the court running, pop up, and shoot the ball, well beyond the three-point line and never touch the rim, all net. It's things where you have a knowing rather than known. Known is 2 + 2 = 4. Recall comes on a trigger. So there may be an event or a word or something like that that brings up other memories. So if someone says blue, likely there's a particular blue that comes to your mind. Or if someone says food, there's a particular food or aroma. Or if someone says pungent, there's a particular smell as opposed just to the thought of pungent. It's not time referenced. So you may not be able to place these things unless you call an explicit memory. And it is indelible, never goes away. And it actually may increase the potency of it over time as it relates to other things in your memory. So 2 different memory systems operating here, with the implicit memory system contributing a lot to your behavioral operating system. So now we're going to take a look at your memory systems.
David.
So go ahead.
Question on the implicit memory.
Mhm.
So as part of my development with myself, I try to compare myself to like professional athletes. Like I mentioned Michael Jordan earlier. And in this example, I'm going to say Steph Curry, one of the greatest shooters in the NBA history, at least my opinion. And it's not so much the physical nature of what they do, but how they become great is what I care about. And so you mentioned implicit memory, and I was reading an article about Steph Curry the other day that before every game he does his shooting routine, and he actually doesn't practice that routine except for before a game, and he considers the shooting routine an activation trigger to activate his shooting skills, because he does it in a certain particular moment so that when he's ready for the game, his memory process and his muscles and his brain are ready for those shots. Is that aligned with what you're saying about the
Totally. Yeah. So for example, if Steph Curry goes on to a court in Boston, okay, it's different hardwood, different atmospheric pressure, it's different temperature, it's a different surrounding. Okay, so if he goes into that court in Boston, and if he then activates his highly accurate shooting protocol, and if he imprints all of these incidental things around his shooting protocol, he's a better shooter in the Boston Gardens than if he didn't undertake that protocol at that time. So he's basically integrating, that part of his implicit memory with these other things around. And he's enhancing his implicit memory and his ability to function. There's a process, you can Google psychocybernetics. And this was first introduced to me by an individual by the name of Chip Hanauer. This was in the about 1981, 82, somewhere in there. I was in Owensboro, Kentucky. I was involved with producing the annual unlimited hydroplane races on the Ohio River in Owensboro, Kentucky. Chip Hanauer was the driver of the Miss Budweiser boat, the most successful boat ever driven in hydroplane history. And I was in a conversation with a number of people from the organization, and they said, Chip, how is it that you seem to be able to navigate literally every hazard that's thrown up? Because unlimited hydroplane racing on a river was just unbelievably dangerous and unpredictable. And he said this, he said, I actually mentally run that race dozens and dozens and dozens of times while I'm here observing the site. And I throw at myself every conceivable hazard and mishap that I have experienced at any course, any time in my career. I create it right here. And I successfully navigate it. And he says, as a result of that, when I'm confronted with that real situation in a race, that behavior comes online and seems to automatically just take me where I need to go. Psychocybernetics. So What I want you to do now is I want you to put the image of a dog in your memory. Put an image of a dog in memory. Take just a minute, draw a simple sketch of it, make a couple notes as to its size, its color, and its type. But there is a dog in your memory right now, I promise you. There's a dog in your memory. You can see it. You know what color it is. You know what type it is. You can smell it probably. So take that dog that's in your memory. I'm going to give you just another minute or two. All right, I'm going to assume that you've got a simple sketch of a dog, and we're going to come back to this in a bit. All right. So when memory is implanted, created, and recalled, here's basically what's going on. And this is a schematic of neurons in your brain. So neurons are widely connected. They're individual. They're widely connected. So the symbol, so that dog that you put in your brain, is remembered as a result of a unique series of neurons firing. So here's a unique neuron series here in this kind of gold color among all your neurons. That is the symbol of the dog in your brain. And the more that you think about that dog, and you're thinking about that dog now, that dog image is becoming more and more real to you. Because as these neurons fire together, so let's say this is your dog. So this dog is in your house. So as you encounter that dog every day, that same dog image comes into your mind, those same neurons fire. And the more they fire in that pattern, the more they imprint that dog on your brain so that dog becomes very familiar to you. Now, you can probably think of dozens of other dogs as you walk or drive through your neighborhood that you've encountered. And if we say the word dogs with an S on it, there's more dogs that come into your brain. But if we say your dog, that dog image is probably very vivid, and it has all kinds of other things associated with it. So those neurons that fire together, wire together to make some memories in your brain very, very vivid and very real and have great depth. Thereafter, if a portion of the symbol's neurons fire, so if say just the main leg here fires, your memory is going to say, oh, so Claudia is calling up this dog image. You know, she's only called up this part of it. We know she really wants this image. So memory is going to provide Claudia the vision of that particular dog that she has imprinted so well. And that symbol is recalled. So that dog is brought back into your memory. So your behavioral archetype guides what you look for in life. And as a result, it becomes somewhat of a filter as to what you've put into your memory. Because remember, we've said you can only think with what you know. So you can only think with what you've loaded into memory. So, you know, when we say dogs with an S on it, you know, there's only so many dogs that you have in your memory. And maybe a lot of them, but it's a finite number. And when we say your dog, what comes into your memory is this dominant image of your dog that fires from these neurons. So your behavioral archetype limits what you look at, and it limits what you recall. This is going to be important when we get later in the program. So similar symbols overlap. And what happens is the trend, you know, here's that partial image, and you see some branching here. So weaker patterns are overruled by your stronger, fortified patterns. So what happens is you begin to have dominant images that come up, even though they may not be exactly what is being conveyed right then. Now, the benefit of that is being able to decipher diverse handwriting. So for example, if we had 5 of you write in cursive and hold it up on the screen, if we had to write the word dog in cursive, it'd be sufficiently similar that you could all look at it and dog would come up in your brain. But if you examine the 5 examples of cursive, you'd find that they're not alike at all. Some are flowing, some are a little tiny, some make their G differently, some make their D differently, some put a little curly Q on the O, some don't. So they're all different, but there's enough similarity. See, there's enough sameness to that symbol, even though, somebody puts a curl on their O, somebody, makes their O kind of blockish. There's differences, but everything translates out to be dog once you look at it. Now, the benefit is that you can interpret what's going on in your world so that not everyone has to write in cursive dog the same way, and you can basically understand that dog is being said to you. The cost of that is that you're creating your reality from your memory. So the cost is that you may not understand specifically what another party is conveying to you or what's being conveyed to you by a circumstance that you see. What you're perceiving is what your memory is able to produce back to you and make meaning of this thing that's being presented to you. Let's take another look at this. So let's unmute. I'd like a number of you to unmute, and let's take a time and let's describe the dog that's in memory. If you got a sketch, hold it up. But let me come off screen share just a minute so we can better see folks. So now we're off screen share. So let's hear about the dogs. So,
can you see that, David?
Okay, Dawn. So Dawn, let's hear about the dog. Come on.
Let's see. So anyway, it's I know I'm just a cat, but anyway, it is a white Maltese. Yeah, it's a white Maltese with very curly hair because they don't have really fur, and a really kind of a curled up tail as well, and it's just was just gorgeous. He's no longer with us, but he was just a gorgeous dog, white,
pure white. All right. So how about someone else with regard to?
That's my dog.
Yeah. That was Tori. That's so when we said dog, that's what shows up in Dawn's head. So how about Nicholas? You have a dog story? So how about somebody else with Nicholas? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I don't have a sketch, but like I said, he's sleeping next to me, so it's not quite there. But he's a French bulldog, 23 pounds. He's brindle, so he's black with kind of copper colors. If you haven't seen a French bulldog, they have the bad ears. If he sits in front, he has a kind of like a dog bone, white dog bone tattoo on his chest. So
okay, so that's what shows up when we say your dog. So how about anybody else with a dog story? We need a few more.
I have one, David.
Go ahead.
What's very explicit in my memory is I had a Australian Shepherd, and it would in the evening it would sit on our bed. It would face toward the door because that's where our children were down the hall, and so he would occupy time with us while he faced toward the door. It's a very explicit memory.
How about another dog story?
I mean, I can give one, I guess.
Good.
So actually, to me, what's very interesting about this exercise is I don't actually see a dog. I see a picture of a dog. So there's a picture that my mom taught me to draw when I was very, very young. Very simple. I'll pull it up, but it's nothing to write home about. See, I don't know if you can.
There you go. It's a
There we
dog.
go.
Yeah.
And so at a very young age, she taught me how to draw it, and kind of my whole life. That's how it is. And I've always had a dog growing up, like an actual dog, not a paper dog, just to be clear. And I have a dog right now. I mean, she's amazing, and she's sleeping over there. But when you say dog, that's like that's what's ingrained in my memory is this like simple picture that I was taught at a young age. And then once I think, I start to see my other dogs. But that's like the first thing that pops in my head, which I thought was really interesting.
Stephen, I'm a kind of bounce off of that. It was the same for me because when David brought up, let's do a dog exercise, I immediately thought of my childhood dog. He was a little black poodle, miniature poodle. I love Lee. He was great. And that was my childhood dog. Then I had to go and think, oh, well, I got to think about my current dog now. And then I went through the cascade of all the animals that we've had. But it's interesting that you said that, Stephen.
All right. So think of the diversity that we have produced as a result of the word dog, D-O-G. Okay. Now, I want you to think back to our safety minute and the problem that was caused when we said, they said alpha. All right. Now, I want you to think about this dog example and share with me some thoughts about leadership and what does this dog exercise tell you about your need as a leader?
Could you repeat that?
So what does this dog exercise tell you about your need as a leader? So I'll be more specific. So you're leading a group of people, and let's say that we're going to undertake a project, and you say we're going to build a dog. Now, you just saw that everyone, when you say dog, has a different dog in their head. So as a leader, when you say we're going to go build a dog, what do you need additionally to do?
Figure out what
I think this is
everyone's talking about. Go ahead.
Or define
Yeah,
the
I was
dog
just
that you
gonna say,
want. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think these are all great points. I think really what it is, it kind of boils down to is the importance of communication and explicitly saying exactly it is what they mean, because we're all influenced by previous experiences, explicit memories of our past. And I think that ultimately each one of us could be given a task and come out with it, 5, 6 different ways. So I think as a leader, the most important thing to do is to make sure that you're effectively communicating it is what you need.
Yeah, exactly, Luke. So as a leader, one of the key things is to make sure that as you're bringing your team together, everybody has in mind the same dog, as opposed to everyone's individual dog. It requires very significant communication, and it requires an understanding that when you say certain words, even words in common use, I mean, dog is a pretty common word, but when you use words that are in common use, it's not triggering the same image in everyone's mind. So leadership communication is not a passing or a quick thing. Leadership communication requires thought, and it requires a good deal of effort, and it requires the ability to bring people together and bring out from them what this idea is. So, often in the military, they would have a protocol of giving a command, and then the person to receive the command would have to reiterate the command back with the instruction to verify that what's in their head is the same thing that came out of the commander's mouth and was in the commander's mind. And this is the responsibility you have as leaders. when you're leading teams. Now, I'm willing to bet that you can think of many situations where the people who lead your organizations have said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build this thing. And after the meeting, people go away and say, what do you think he was talking about? What do you think she was talking about? Where do you think we're going? Okay. So I'm going to go back to screen share. We got some more ground to cover. All right. So we've described our dog. Here's another exercise. So who can tell me what these symbols? Well, these symbols are a little scrambled. Let me go out of this a minute. Let me see if I can quickly get these symbols back to where they're supposed to be.
Does anyone else see a screen share? I don't see one.
Yeah, I just went off.
Oh, okay.
I just went off screen share to reorganize my scrambled symbols. Somehow when I put this together, we'll be back in a minute.
After these commercial break.
After these commercial breaks, that's exactly right. Okay, this should work in just a minute. There we go. Now we can play around with that. Hey, look at that. All right. So who can translate this phrase? Anybody want to take a stab at it?
I can try.
Go ahead.
I love to watch basketball on TV, or with you. Sorry.
With you. Okay. Yeah. Now, are there? You know, is you took these symbols in and translated them into words. So you know we use emojis and things like that a lot now in texting and abbreviations, but they actually turn into English. So what you have done is you have a great deal of information that's stored in long-term memory, and even symbols can in your long-term memory elicit a response that's different than that symbol. So I love watching basketball on TV with you. So this is kind of the extreme example of being able to decipher different handwritings of the word dog and be able to understand that that is what it said, dog. So understand that this is what your long-term memory does. It is looking to make meaning out of information that you receive. Why do you suppose that your memory system is designed in this way to make meaning out of things? Why do we want to make meaning out of things? Anybody take a guess?
Survival.
Exactly right. Safety. Okay. So our memory systems came into existence long before we lived in a world where there's relative safety. Okay. So the memory systems evolved over time when there were physical environmental threats to everyday life. And as a result, your behavioral operating system came to be designed so that you made meaning out of things very quickly. And the meaning was not necessarily precise. The meaning was more directional. It was more generic, but it was able to identify whether you're in a safe environment or whether you're not in a safe environment. Now that's the memory system that we're still working with today. So it's designed to make a general meaning out of very disparate things. So that's why you can do what you just did, where you look at symbols and you make meaning out of them.
But I think that those meanings also can be different for each person who's looking at it. If you go back to the previous slide, I may look at, so Stephen was able to read that pretty quickly because he sees that, and those are pretty straightforward. I get where that came from, but I look at the third symbol and I see the emoji there, like I'm watching you. That I don't even see. All I see is I'm seeing you, right? And I may look at basketball and somebody might say, man, that is like the greatest sport. That's my thing. That's what I love to do. And then me, I might look at basketball and say, I tried to play it and I'm horrible at it. And I, have so many terrible memories of bad practices. And, so I think we all look at that but we can all look at those symbols differently.
Matt, you bring up a great point. When I talk about making meaning, so you make meaning out of the symbols that you take in, you're making your meaning. So you're creating your dog when you look at symbols. When we write the word dog, your dog comes up. When you look at this, your interpretation of that comes up. But you do make meaning of it. So again, your memory is wired to provide you a meaning that you know, and that has huge implications for leading. Because when leaders look out into their environment, what happens as a result of this phenomena that we just discussed is that leaders come up with meaning as a result of all that they take in that they know. And leaders often are the ones that lead us into the unknown. So think about the implications there for you as a leader and how you can increasingly manage your behavior to manage this phenomena of making meaning that you know. So in the future, when somebody says something to you, as opposed to saying, I get that, that may prompt you to ask a couple more questions. That may prompt you to say, well, tell me more about that. Now, you may get some odd responses because culturally in the United States, we're not really geared to do that. You know, we're kind of geared culturally to presume that when somebody says something, we know what they're talking about. But good leaders will take that extra step and say, well, tell me more about that. And what happens then is that person actually will take the time to describe their dog to you. So you know, if Dawn says, well, I've got this great dog that, you know, I want to do such and such. You say, oh, that's great. But if you say, well, that's interesting. Tell me more about your dog. You're going to have a lot better idea what's going to happen if Dawn brings this dog to do something than if you just say, that's great, Dawn, bring in a dog. So understanding that you make meaning, you make your own meaning out of what comes into your sensory field is an important understanding for leaders. And many of them don't understand that. So it's just a quick, fun look at long-term memory recall. So your long-term memory recall it works a lot like a Google search, but it's a different Google search in that it's you know, working with your own cache of data as opposed to everything that's out there in the internet. So when we say sales or we say dog, it brings things to our conscious that are associated with the facts and the data, but it also brings up emotions and responses. So Dawn, when you brought up about your dog, I recall that you said, this was a great dog. So you know, not only did you bring up the facts and figures, it was white, this particular breed, stood this tall, it brought up about how you felt about that dog. This happens when you're leading. So not only does your meaning about something materialize in your conscious, also how you feel about that thing comes up in your conscious. So you have a number of aspects to manage as a leader as you begin to have a thought about a particular thing that somebody's proposing or about a particular action that you want to take. So a few thoughts with regard to managing long-term memory recall. Understand that your memory fills in what's missing. Remember when we diagrammed the neurons, and if we received some sensory information that filled out just part of that pattern, remember our memory would say, oh, I believe that Kirk wants such and such, or Marcus wants such and such, so I'm going to fill that in and I'm going to provide that image for them. Also, nothing can be provided to your conscious that isn't already in your head. So not only is your memory going to fill in what's missing, it's going to provide you a meaning that you already know. Now, what happens here, and I want you to really think about this one, is that as a leader, you're going to create your reality and the reality of your followers from what's already in your memory. So think about that. You know, the reality that you're creating is limited to what's in your brain. What are the implications for that if you're a leader? How about anyone you haven't heard from? So Luke, Sid, Jamie, if as a leader, if the reality you're going to create for your team is what's in your head, what leadership implication does that have for you? How about thoughts? Anybody?
You better test the reality and make frequent check-ins to reality, I guess, or to find out what the reality is.
Yeah, and as you start to create that reality, that next thing, that project they're going to work on, you need to reach out and you need to engage the folks that you're leading and have them help create the reality. So, you know, in your brain, you may only be aware of a particular type of material to use on a project. And one of your engineers may say, oh, well, you know, just last quarter, a unique synthesis of titanium was created and we can do X, Y, and Z. So that's beyond your knowing. That's not in your memory, but that's in the other person's memory. So if you engage the other folks in creating a reality, you'll wind up with a better reality as opposed to just that reality that's in your brain.
Yeah, and I think really what it gets to is just being humble enough to understand that A, you don't have all the answers regardless of whether you're in the leadership role, and B, the insight from others is always valuable. And I guess the other point is just to be able to have the confidence to ask questions. I think sometimes folks who maybe appear confident aren't really as deeply confident as they appear. And I find that just people who are more secure and comfortable will ask questions, knowing that they could potentially seem like they don't have all the answers, and maybe others might feel uncomfortable in that being put in that position. But if you're truly confident and don't know, you want to engage others and get that insight so that in the end you build something better.
That's a great point. This slide sums up some of the leadership challenges in managing memory recall and its quality. Look at the cartoons on the right first. So, you know, who of you can see the 6 and who of you can see the 9? Can everybody see both of them? So, and then when you look down below, who of you can see the 4 4x4s and who of you can see the 3 boards? It's a matter of perspective. So the leader, when someone says 6 and someone says 9, rather than say, well, you argue it out, say, well, explain to me why you're seeing 9, or explain to me why you're seeing 6. Explain to me why you're seeing 3. Explain to me why. Help me see what you're seeing, as opposed to relying only upon what's in your memory. So a couple of points with regard to memory recall. Anxiety disrupts your memory. So if you are working on deadline, if you're particularly stressed, understand that your memory recall is not going to work as well. Take time out, take a breather, ask others to help you. Understand also that your mood. Think about the discussion we had about Steph Curry and his shooting. You know, he very much wanted to make sure that he was in the right mood to recall his shooting expertise. You know, he needed to put himself in the space where he was going to be performing. So get yourself in the right mood for recall. So, for example, if you're driving down the road, you've just stopped at the McDonald's drive-in window, and you're on a conference call to talk about a detailed engineering project, probably not in the right mood to be able to recall information that you're called upon to provide. Where you are affects the recall. And knowing your success strategy, your behavioral archetype, your leadership archetype, knowing that it actually causes, it's a filter that causes you to seek out certain information in a disproportionate manner. And know also that your behavioral archetype will defend memory. It'll defend what you believe, what you think. So if someone else offers something that's different or opposed to what is in your head, you're inclined to defend against it as opposed to ask that next question to say, well, why do you think that? Or to say, well, I was thinking this, which way do you think produces the best result? And understand that also that other person is going to have a behavioral archetype and a leadership archetype also that is defending their knowledge. So a good leader is able to figure out how to navigate among all this stuff. So how about any examples you can share with us where you can think of instances where you were called to produce some information from memory? It didn't go well because of anxiety, or because you were in a place that really wasn't conducive to it, or that you actually were defending, or that you were producing something automatically that was from your archetype. Can you think of any examples where you had that experience?
Standardized testing.
Standardized testing, good example. How about Christina, Matthew, Rhonda, and any experiences where you can think now about how anxiety or your mood or your place or your behavioral archetype actually influenced your memory recall?
Not so much my memory recall, but when I am feeling anxious or under the gun, it certainly impacts the way that I interact with others. And my patience and level of awareness situationally and emotionally.
Great point.
David, I think during public speaking events, right? Like if you're publicly speaking, sometimes you'll forget something. So, right, like writing it down is really helpful.
Exactly. You have to have memory prompts, don't you? That's why a lot of speakers aren't able to talk, as we say, off the top of your head. A lot of them have to have aids. For example, I'm delivering this content to you, but I have a lot of slides that kind of prompt me through and cause my memory to be produced. Even though, we've carried on a meaningful conversation here, you're only getting what's in my brain. And when I stop and say, what do you think? What I'm attempting to do is to bring out a variety of other viewpoints to really make this particular point meaningful for people.
Yeah, one thing maybe to build on what Jeff said is, I don't know if you've ever been given a presentation on the computer and you have to go find a file or something, and it's almost impossible, like to think through and find your files that you're looking for. But then as soon as you're off the call, it's right there. Exactly.
It's right there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And you kind of look back and go, why was that so hard? Yeah. And you got the same behavioral operating system, you got the same information, in your memory with which to work, but your memory recall is different depending upon every circumstance that you have. And it can produce different memories based upon the circumstance. So we have we have a couple more segments that we're going to go through on this. I want to take the time to do that today, but I do want to take a break and let us have some lunch. When we come back, we're going to continue on, and we will finish working through sensory processing. And you can ponder that you have 8 senses rather than 5. I'll talk more about that. But we're going to talk about sensory processing. We're going to talk about how does information get into your memory and get into your mental processes. And we're going to talk some about how your fight or flight system has an influence on that. And then we're going to move over to some other segments, and we're going to talk about leaders and their organization's myth. And we'll also talk about a team project that we're going to assign. So we'll do all of that. We're going to take a break for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1, and we'll do all of that between 1 and 3. And I promise you that we will end at 3. We may have to, either condense a couple of the things we're going to touch on, or may defer them to the next time we meet. But we're going to cover the meaningful stuff today and get you ready for the next session with Rick and Sherry as a result of covering the rest of the behavioral operating system. So 12:30, let's take a break until 1 o'clock, have some lunch, stretch, move around, and get ready for another 2 hours. We'll only take about a 5-minute break midway in that 1 to 3 segment. Thank you all. You've been great. Continue to engage, because I've only got one brain to share this with you. All right. Thank you all. All right, everyone, 2-minute warning.
Hey, David, this is Nick. Can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
If you could hear me. Okay. Will the presentation materials be distributed back out to us so we can attach them to our notes, or?
We will distribute the deck to you.
Just our written?
Nope. We're going to send you the deck.
Thank you. One other question while we're waiting is, through your research of all this memory and our operating system, are there I'd say tricks or tips, techniques where you could take something from your explicit and make it into an implicit memory? So for example, that college class that you've studied and you've learned everything, but you've never done it again, but you'd love to not have to reteach yourself. Is there something that you would be able to do to call that on demand?
Oh boy, implicit is actually a result of repetition and doing. So let's use the example of riding a bicycle. So let's say that, and I'll give you a better example. Okay, so I have a 16-year-old right now, and when he was I think it was 8, he said, "I want to learn how to ride a unicycle." Okay, so bought him a unicycle. It's the middle of winter. Got it for Christmas. So my wife and I both said, we know nothing about riding a unicycle. And he basically said, "No worries." So he's learned most of what he knows in life from YouTube. So he went to YouTube and studied hours of unicycle riding technique. So as opposed to trial and error, he knew from watching a lot of YouTube. Now, this is how you mount a unicycle. This is how you balance a unicycle. This is how you dismount a unicycle. So he learned a lot of that from YouTube. Now, he still couldn't ride a unicycle, but he was like about 80% of the way there, I would say. So we cleared out the garage. So he had like a 25 by 25 foot space in which to work. And he went out and he began to apply what he knew. And within 48 hours, he had mastered the ability to ride a unicycle. Now, so I would say that there's an example of taking explicit memory So something that you learned in college or in a class or on YouTube, and then you take it over to actual physical application. And as a result of applying what you've learned, then it becomes implicit memory so that you now quote, know how to ride a unicycle. Is that a fair explanation?
I think so. So as many things you can tie together with that memory will maybe merge it closer to implicit.
That's
So you
exactly
can-
right. Yeah, there's always the physical learning or execution that imprints implicit to get you to the point to where it becomes implicit memory. But explicit memory can do an awful lot to get you to that point.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All good? All right, back in session. How many of you grew up with the idea that we had 5 senses? Smell, sight, taste, hearing, touch. So Andrea says yes. Luke says yes. Yeah. So I'm an old guy. You know, I went through grade school, middle school, high school in the 50s and the 60s. You know, 5 senses. Well, you know, it says 8 here. There's probably a lot more than that. So you see some new ones on here. You see interoception. That's so you actually have a sense that when we're physically together, I am perceiving your metabolic rate and monitoring it, and you are perceiving my metabolic rate and monitoring it. Now, why do you think that is? Anybody take a guess? How about some new folks? Marcus, Nicholas, Stephen, any thoughts at why I should automatically be monitoring your metabolic processes?
So my guess would be that back into the primal state, you need to know what someone else is going to do or what their intentions are, so you can act accordingly and get out of there if you need to, or whatever type of situation.
That's exactly right. You want to know if their metabolic state is elevated, and that would be an indication that their fight or flight system is already turned on, and that's a danger to you. So, so our senses and our behavioral operating system is a lot about being safe, surviving, perpetuating your existence. And understand that sometimes is a challenge with regard to using your behavioral operating system and your senses in business. Another sense that we have is proprioception. Proprioception is the ability for you to be aware of where your body is 3-dimensionally in space. So if you close your eyes, you should be able to take your finger and put it on your nose. Okay? Now, I didn't use my vision to bring my fingertip to my nose. You know, I just know my nose is right there, my finger is right there, and I bring them two together as a result of proprioception. It's another central ability. There's another one that deals with proximity. You can simply feel the presence of another living entity next to you. Closer it gets, bigger the sensation. You can also feel pressure. So for example, if something is rapidly approaching from behind, you likely will quickly turn around. You can feel the increased pressure even though there's no sound. So we have a lot of different senses operating. And understanding how they operate to provide information to your memory system so that you can act is really important. Every one of your senses has a 3-step processing method. So first of all, there's multi-stage single sense processing. So that's the process where visual information or auditory information or tactile information comes into your sensory system. Then there's a feedback loop. So this information begins to come in, your memory begins to work just with that. And then the third step is that information's coming in from all of your different senses. So So your processor up here says, oh, I'm getting information from the eyes. Let me see how that correlates with the information I'm getting from the ears and tactily, and so on and so forth. So it then puts all of the sensing together and creates a thought. Now this happens faster than you can imagine. It happens instantaneously. And that information is processed and ready in your working memory, which is in your prefrontal cortex here. It's up in the forehead area. So it's in your working memory. It's the only, it's the memory that comes to your consciousness, and it gets you ready for a physical response. And it also goes into long-term memory and storage. So your brain says, all right, we've had this experience. Let's log it in time and in relation to an area and things like that. And let's store it. And if it's valuable, let's retain it and reinforce it. Okay, so we're back to the dog. All right, so you see a dog. The light goes through the retina of your eye. It hits the optic nerve, and it then has a synaptic relay in your visual thalamus. Okay, so this is the quick picture. Here's the dog, goes through the lens, goes to your optic nerve, and then it goes into your brain. Okay, now here is the really interesting and the important part. Okay, so the information, and you can follow it here. Here's your eye, here's your optic nerve, and here, this is the thalamus in your brain. You have two halves to it. Your brain has a visual center and a visual cortex, okay? So the information comes in through the eye, through the optic nerve, into the visual cortex. However, the visual cortex is busy saying, I'm getting a signal. I need to figure out quickly what this signal means. 80% of the image that comes to you is a result of what already is in your brain. Okay? So when you're looking at this image right now on screen, and so for example, when you read the word vision comes in through your eye, comes in through your optic nerve, and that information comes in, your visual cortex says, got it. We already have vision stored. We got that, we're gonna pull that up. It does that for every bit of sensory information that comes in through all your various senses. Now, in addition to making up 80% of what you're perceiving, and I want to emphasize that, you make up from your memory. So what you see out in the world is a lot of what you already have in your head. So what you make up, that 80%, also is influenced by your mental state, your attentiveness, your mood, so on and so forth. So as your visual thalamus is beginning to process this, it goes to long-term memory and says, what do we know about this stuff that's starting to come in? And it creates an object. So again, when you hear the word dog comes in, your visual thalamus queries long-term memory. Long-term memory says, got it. We know what image to put up in front for you. Okay? And as a result, you all have different dogs. And that object comes into your consciousness. So step 3 is where you put all this stuff together. Now understand that the visual part of dog, the auditory part of dog, the olfactory part of dog, the tactile part of dog, and so on. You may be experiencing the dog through all of those different channels. That's all coming in. 80% plus or minus is being filled in by your long-term memory of dog. And then all of that comes together. So they put the color, the shape, the sound, the texture, the mass, the smell. I don't know if you want to taste your dog, but it puts all of that together to create that concept of dog that comes into your consciousness. So when dog shows up, and it may just be the word dog, like in the exercise previously. When dog shows up with color, with texture, with smell. It shows up with context. It shows up with memories. Now, take that concept and move it over to business. So if someone says, I don't know, aluminum suddenly shows up in your consciousness, but it shows up as your aluminum and with all of your memories and maybe a context and maybe a time in your life that aluminum was important. Or maybe if you primarily work in the kitchen, it shows up as aluminum foil. And if you're out in building, it shows up as an aluminum stud in a house. Or if you're in the aircraft industry, an aluminum airplane body. So this is how your sensory processing works. A lot of it is made up by what's already in your head, and a lot of it depends on what you've already experienced. So to reiterate, your business brain, that the part that you think with, is located in your prefrontal cortex, and it allows you to see the information that is sensed, and it allows to see the memories that are recalled. And you can only consciously see, it's the only information of which you're aware. Now you're going to see in a minute how much is actually going on in your brain. And you're going to see that this little green part should actually be like a little green dot right here. But it's the only place where you can consciously compare, contrast, interrelate, and reason. This is really important. It's where you can think and create. The rest of your brain is dedicated to providing your survival functions. It's making your lungs work. It's moving the blood through your body. It's causing all your cells to do what they do. It's, your fight or flight system operates beyond your conscious. The only place where you can actually think, where you can compare something, study it, create, reason, is in this prefrontal cortex, and it is a very limited part of your brain. Here we go. Okay, so your business brain is a very limited processor. Your working memory can process 2,000 bits per second. Your unconscious, in the meantime, is processing 400 billion bits per second. 2,000 bits versus 400 billion bits. So when you look back here, like I said, this green should just be a little dot here, representing 2,000 bits of processed information per second. Now, it's still a lot, but your unconscious brain that you're not aware of, that you don't think with, is processing 400 billion bits per second. So for every bit that your working memory, this prefrontal cortex here is dealing with, the rest of your brain every second is dealing with 200 million times that amount of information. So your working memory is basically a serial processor that deals with symbolic information, deals with facts, figures, images, things like that. At best, it can deal with 7 concepts at most. So when you think about multitasking, there comes a limit to how much you can focus on at once, and something drops outside your sphere. 7 is typically the upward limit of most people's processing capacity. Now, you can chunk. By chunking, that allows you to deal with broad concepts at once with a lot of detail. So for example, we can think about Germany and Brazil and Canada. Now, that's 3 things, but by holding those 3 things, Brazil and Canada and Germany, in your working memory, there's a lot of other stuff associated with those memories that are in your working memory right now. So you can actually bring some pretty fair complexity in there by kind of chunking up the stuff that's in your working memory into big, broad categories that you stay conscious to. All right. So, two important concepts. 80% of what you perceive, that you take in with your senses, is augmented by what's already in your memory. One thought. Second thought. You are only conscious to 1/200 millionth at any given time of what your brain's processing. Now, I'm interested in some of your thoughts, knowing this, as to how this affects leadership. As a leader, how do you think this should influence your behavior? How should you think about managing your behavior? If 80% of what you're perceiving is made up from what's already in your head, and you're only aware of 1/200 millionth of what's going on. Anybody?
I mean, I'd say one thing is that you have to acknowledge that you yourself have unconscious bias, probably, and then try to address that as a leader, understanding that there are things that are happening that you might not even be aware of.
It's a really good thought, Jamie. So Stephen, I think, also is unmuted. Stephen?
Yeah, so to add on to that, and you mentioned the word behavior. For me, one thing that I've been working on personally is understanding body language more. And I think that's a really big key component to the unconscious memory. For example, I think most people know the cross arms is usually shut off. It doesn't necessarily mean it is, because you can mirror other people's images as well. And that just means that they're engaged in the conversation. But to the leadership style, I think it's important to realize what you're doing. And people can perceive. I mean, I could be telling you you're the greatest person ever, but have my arms crossed and look angry, and you're going to be like, oh my God, like this guy's super mad at me. And it's just, to me, it's amazing what you can do just by unconscious decisions.
So Stephen's talking about that, that 200 million of stuff that's going on beyond your conscious, where, he's right. You're in a conversation, and somebody's smiling and nodding, but they've got their arms crossed, and you kind of get this feeling, all right? Nobody said anything, but you get this feeling that something's not right. So that's your unconscious processing going, oh, that's a danger signal I picked up. So here's some other ones. So for example, and if you want to really study some of this, there's literature available. But for example, we are very conscious when we're interacting with others as to where we are in relation to the other person's eyes. Okay? And if my eyes are lower than the other person, my subconscious is telling me that person's a little bit superior to me. If my eyes are higher than the other person's, my subconscious is telling me that person's subservient to me. So just think about that when you're interacting with people. I have a 16-year-old. If I'm going to have a conversation with him about correcting his behavior, if I stand over him while he's sitting down and I have that conversation, he feels threatened. He feels bad about it. If I sit down and am eye level with him and have the conversation, he has a whole different sense of it. So just think about the organization of offices. How often have you seen an executive that has, a chair and a big desk, which is another symbol, and in front are kind of comfortable chairs that you sink down into. And that executive is positioned perhaps against a window where, the light is shining down upon that executive and it's shining into your eyes. There's all kinds of subconscious symbols there. But how about if that executive, when you come in, as opposed to putting you in that circumstance, says, come on over here and sit at my table with me. And you go over to a little round table and you sit down, and there's equal comfortable chairs, and you sit down there and it's all the same. And you're not looking into the light, and there's not this big desk between you. All this stuff is going on subconscious. Okay, that's the 200 millionth that's going on. Now, becoming aware that that's going on, you can begin to consciously manage your behavior and say, oh, I know if I do this, it's going to cause that perception in another person. Now, you may want that other person to have that perception. So you may want to continue in that mode, or you may say, oh, I want them to be in a different frame of mind. Let's do this thing over here. Other thoughts about, 80% of what comes into your head is already a result of you making up stuff from in your head, like the dog. And 200 million times the stuff is going on unconsciously. Any more thoughts about what this means for leadership? So let's say that you're embarking upon a new project in a new area. Excuse me. 80% of what you perceive is what's already in your memory. So think about new territory, new project. What does that say about leadership?
It may suggest that innovation will suffer if you only rely on what you know, or you make your decisions on what you know.
That's exactly right, Jim. So if you're headed into a new area, you can't just simply wade into it. You have to put into your memory things that are going to help you think properly about that new area. You have to study. You gotta fill up that explicit memory. You may have to engage other people. That's why often we hire consultants to say, I've never built a natural gas pipeline in Australia, but this person has 20 years experience there. Let me put them on a payroll. So this woman has dealt with the Aborigines for 30 years. Let me hire her as a consultant. So suddenly you have access to information that you can load into your explicit memory that is going to help you better call on things with regard to your Australian gas pipeline project. Any other thoughts or comments before we move on to our next point? All good? All right. Going to talk about your fight or flight system. We've kind of been talking about it all the way along and have indicated that, our behavioral operating system, our memory system, our recall system is all kind of geared around initially keeping us safe, perpetuating our existence. And we over time have employed it for business. It used to be principally employed to keep us safe. Now it's principally employed for lots of other things. So as your senses receive and process information, your long-term memory has images that are associated with threats. So let's say, for example, that you're walking down a sidewalk and it's at dusk, kind of a moderately warm summer day. You don't have a flashlight. Things are getting a little hard to see. You're walking along and about 10 feet ahead of you, there's a line on the sidewalk that's kind of a squiggly thing about 3 feet long. Before you even know it, you kind of jump back. So what do you think you've seen? So anybody?
A snake.
A snake, that's right. Turns out it's just a stick or a piece of grass. As we learned back on the memory section, if information that you have coming in lights up even a portion of the neuron network that'll fire an image, it'll light that image up because it wants to make meaning out of what you're getting as quickly as possible for you, so it keep you safe. So that squiggly line on the sidewalk lights up as a threat. And this one is likely a learned threat. Over time, you've learned that squiggly things most often are snakes, and that snakes, at least in my region, have a propensity to be copperheads because we're by kind of low-lying creeks and things like that. So, you're careful about it. The amygdala, which is this little tiny green thing in your brain, but see, here's your brain stem. This is what's referred to as your reptilian brain. So this is the prehistoric brain stem here that's still with you. And the amygdala sits right here. It's connected with your whole memory system. It's kind of just sitting there monitoring. It's like your home security system. And when there is a threat alerted, the amygdala goes to work. Now, it is an amazing thing. It responds twice as fast as your other neural systems. Automatic. You have no conscious control over it whatsoever. When you see that squiggle line, you cannot reason that, oh, that may or may not be a snake. Too late. Your amygdala has triggered your fight or flight system and has already said it's a snake. Your body is already reacting before your working memory can begin to process what's going on. So you may actually be moving and running while your working memory is busy going, wait a minute, what's going on here? Your fight or flight system tells you to run, but because it's not very precise, it may not tell you where, just away from that thing. Now, what happens is your working memory begins to perceive a change in your circumstances, and it begins to gather information about what's going on and can cause you to adjust. So you may have this initial reaction when you see that squiggly thing on the sidewalk, and you may not get any further than this to where your working memory goes, it's a stick, and you kind of go. Now, when you stop, you've already got an unbelievable amount of neurochemicals that are running through your body. Adrenaline's fired up, your body has changed, and it may take you a couple minutes to kind of go, okay, let me settle down. So understand that your fight or flight system works a lot. Your fight or flight system is on high alert right now for a couple of reasons that I know that you'll relate to. One is that we're still in the midst of a pandemic. There is the worst kind of threat that's out there because it's a threat that you can't see and you can't quantify, but you know there's a threat out there. So the COVID-19 virus is basically everywhere. And it might not be anywhere within your environment, but you don't know. And we hear about it on the news all the time. People continue to impress upon us how dangerous it is. Anymore when you go out. If you go to any retail establishment, you have to have a mask on. If you're in any federal facility, you have to have a mask on. If you travel on any transportation that is managed by the federal government, you have to have a mask on. So it's continually reinforced. Danger, 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 danger. Now, you are not continually in, oh my God, state, but your fight or flight system is dialed up as a result of that. And you're living with it every minute. In addition, we've been through 12 months where we've had clear social unrest. We've had differences and we've had violence between people. We've had differences and violence with political unrest between people and institutions. It has been continually in our faces with regard to contention. Again, a lot of subconscious danger signals for us. So your fight or flight system is dialed up from that respect also. So like it or not, as we're talking today, as you conduct business for your various organizations, your fight or flight system is dialed up, and it may be on kind of a hair trigger. So in business, there may be something that, I don't know, is not terribly threatening, but will be a trigger for you that puts you into fight or flight mode. I'll give you a silly example from my experience. I lived in Houston, Texas, 2008. I lived in a new neighborhood, big houses were being built up, and we all had access off an alley to our garages. And the contractors, in order to get to a lot of this construction, had to use the alleys, have their trucks in it, things like that. It was our only way in and out. Now, it was generally understood that you had to keep the alleyway clear because that was our road in and out of our homes. But one day, I'm leaving my garage to take a 4-year-old to preschool, and I'm driving out and I look, and there's a truck coming in, there's a truck parked here, and there's a house being built right behind our house. And there's a lot of activity. And I'm thinking, well, that truck is going to be there, that one's going to be there. So by the time I went to preschool, which was about 8 minutes away, and came back, I had constructed this entire scenario where there was a problem and I was angry about it. I was ready to fight. I came back and everybody behaved, they parked their trucks properly, so on and so forth. But because of the circumstances I saw, my fight or flight system was ready to go. And my adrenaline had already kind of spooled up in anticipation of me coming back to the alleyway to get to my house and finding out I was going to have to fight with contractors and impose upon them this restriction about access in and out of people's houses. So today in business, your fight or flight system is likely dialed up. Your fight or flight system can hijack your entire behavioral operating system. So we talked about how it works. The amygdala triggers fight or flight system. And anything that's going on with regard to non-threat sensory processing. So anything that's coming in, eyes, ears, your nose, taste, and so on, that gets bumped. And your behavioral operating system focuses your senses on the threat. Your working memory is loaded with a lot of threat processing information. Your senses focus on it. Your long-term memory is inventoried and is made ready for threat content processing. Your stress hormones release. Your body gets ready for action. So here's what goes on with your body. I said you got a lot of neurochemicals. Here's 4 of them that come online. Acetylcholine, it sends more blood to your brain. It tenses your skeletal muscles. It relaxes your heart so your heart can function better. Noradrenaline opens your lungs up and your bronchial capacity. It also tenses your muscles. Dopamine increases your heart rate and your blood pressure so that you're ready. Serotonin increases anxiety, focuses on the threat. So you have all this stuff that goes on. As soon as you see that little squiggle on the sidewalk, all this stuff kicks in. Okay? Now, this may happen in business. Let's say that you've been invited to meet with an executive of your company and organization, and you go there, and the person's executive assistant says, oh, go right on in, have a seat. He or she will be with you shortly. The person walks in, they're looking at a piece of paper, they kind of got their hand on their head, they got this look on their face, and they're kind of gritting their teeth, and all of a sudden, fight or flight system, up, on comes all these neurochemicals, up spools your fight or flight system. All these things start happening to your body. And the business thing that you were going to talk about gets pushed aside. And what comes in is all of this stuff with regard to processing that threat. So now this person that's come into the office that I was anxious to visit with and talk about this great business idea, suddenly I'm processing them and the threat they pose, as opposed to the business opportunity. Anybody have this experience? Let's hear from some of you. So, Michael, Claudia, Sid, Luke, how about it? Have you ever been in a situation where all of a sudden it's kind of like, oh my goodness, what am I sitting here? What's going to happen to me? Any thoughts?
I think you can preconceive it if it's someone you've had a contentious dealing with in the past. You kind of go in preloaded.
That is a great point. That's right. So just like we talked about, the pandemic, political social unrest kind of has you preconditioned. If you go into an office where you've had bad experience, you're already dialed up. If you're going to see a person where you've had a bad experience, you're already dialed up. How about other thoughts?
I'd say most of the time during basic training, every time your information the drill sergeant comes out in the morning.
I hadn't thought of that. That is a fabulous example.
pretty much that reaction every day for 3 months.
Oh my. So this happens to you. All right. So we're all going to take an exercise now. So I want all of you, first of all, look around your desk, look around your chair, and I want you to make sure that there's no trip hazards or anything like that. I want you to be safe. I want you to push the chair back. I want everybody to stand up. I can see some of you that are on visual. I want you to stand up. So first of all, you're going to stand up. I want you to tighten your abdominal muscles as tight as you can. I want you to breathe through your mouth rapidly. Breathe through your mouth rapidly, in and out, number of times. So keep doing it. Breathe through your mouth. I want you to clench your fists as hard as you can. I want you to raise your arms over your head and keep breathing through your mouth real quick. Tighten your abdominal muscles. Breathe through your mouth rapidly. Clench your fists. Raise your arms over your head. Tighten the ab muscles. Keep standing. Breathe through your mouth. Clench your fists. Raise your arms. All right. Now, sit back down. Carefully sit down. Okay, I want you to sit down. Now, I want you to bring your attention to your abdomen. I want you to make it loose. Focus on your abdomen. Breathe only through your nose. Breathe only through your nose. Expand your belly. Kind of push your belly in and out when you breathe through your nose. Close your eyes. Think about consciously relaxing your face. Think about your forehead. Make it loose. Think about the area around your eyes. Make it loose. Relax your arms and legs. Kind of just let them be loose. Now, move your attention from the things around you as you have your eyes closed and move them inside your head. Move into your chest cavity. Think about how gently your lungs are moving open and closed. Bring it down to your belly. Think about the relaxing sensation there. Okay, repeat all that. Relax your abdomen. Breathe through your nose. Relax your face. All right. Now, I would like some of you to unmute and tell me what you experienced with those two different situations. First of all, standing up, and then when you sat down and got to the end. How about some help?
I mean, I can say something.
Go right ahead.
So when we stood up, it was kind of more of aggressive with the Finch clints and stuff. But to be honest, I was already extremely pissed off because you were talking about this, and I was thinking about someone that makes me do this. So I was really angry already. But because they just emailed me like 30 minutes ago, so it was like perfect moment. But anyways, so then when of course, when I sat down, it was nice to kind of calm down and just breathe and kind of recenter yourself and just kind of focus and get out of that state of mind that I was in about, I was pretty pissed. So now I'm calmer.
Okay, so a great example there, Stephen. Let's go back to the person, okay? So you're going to deal with that person that you just described for us. Mm-hmm. And your fight or flight system is elevated. Okay, now we know what we've just covered, that if your fight or flight system is elevated, you are not as capable a leader as you could be if your fight or flight system were under control. You're not going to deal with that person as well as you could if your fight or flight system is elevated. Now, these 6 things that we just did sitting down, relaxing, breathing, closing your eyes, relaxing, moving your intention to yourself. Very calming. It's almost like a yoga practice.
Yeah.
In fact, I have practiced yoga, and I have found in business, I will move into situations that I know is threatening. I'll actually sit down a few minutes before the meeting, and I'll go through this process to get myself clear so that I'm able to better call on what I have and better able to manage a situation. Now, as leaders, each of you can consciously get yourself prepared to have your next interaction. You'll best have your next interaction if it's to be a productive, equal interaction. You'll best have that interaction if you follow a practice where you calm yourself, get yourself ready, and kind of communicate with your fight or flight system to say, hey, it's okay. Everything's okay here. This isn't a threat. Let's kind of dissipate all of these neurochemicals that have been running. Let's get back to even. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, I have a question.
I think the one
question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the one thing that kind of brings another perspective too that is kind of important to be aware of is that we as leaders, we obviously are in control of our own fight or flight system, but to also be cognizant of the other person that we're interacting with, because we certainly don't want to trigger that within them, because if we bring that out within them, they can end up having a reaction that we will basically not be able to kind of get around. We won't be able to have a productive meeting because they're in that moment and they're not able to get around it.
All right. Remember this one right here, interoception. When we're meeting in person, even when we're meeting virtually like this, we're looking for symbols. So when we're meeting virtually, we're monitoring the voice patterns, okay? And you can pick up stress in someone's voice pattern. When we're visual virtually, we're looking for body cues and facial cues. So this is that interoception sense that we have. So you're exactly right, Luke. If you're in fight or flight mode, even though you're using your nicest mode of verbal communication, there are so many other aspects that are shouting at the other person. Danger, danger, danger. Luke Hallman is a dangerous individual. Okay? So that's coming loud and clear through, because we have this sensory system that's working all the time to try to decode. Luke, even though you're trying to deceive me, you got this smile on and you're saying these nice words, I'm trying to figure out if that smile and those nice words actually line up with everything else that's going on with you. And I'm looking at multiple factors. I am perceiving your pulse rate. I'm perceiving your respiratory rate. I'm perceiving as whether you're perspiring. I'm perceiving as to whether there's an extraordinary level of testosterone that's running through you. We have the ability to perceive all these things. Now you can't consciously manage them. What you can do as a leader is you can say, I know this is going on, so if I'm in an aroused state, I need to dial myself down in order to make sure that I don't elicit an inappropriate response of somebody else. So go ahead.
Yeah, just even to piggyback off of that. So in my prior role, I was a member of the executive team. We would present to the board probably once a month. And other employees who reported to the executive team would tell us that based on our behavior, they knew when a board meeting was coming up because they could sense it in us. And so the fact that they could sense that was really not good, because then that anxiety was flowing from us down to everyone else, which is bad for the organization. So it's something that I think we tried to aggressively counter, but it still was just interesting to get that insight, because we didn't even know that it was that obvious.
Yep, absolutely. Other thoughts?
Yeah, can you think of any situation that it would actually be better to be in that fight or flight situation, like in business? I mean, is there any, do you need to try to subdue that as much as you can, or is there some time you need it?
I'll tell you a story. So at one point I was running I was CEO of a very highly successful technology company, and the company had the potential of being in play. I had two younger partners. They had been the conceivers of the technology, and they had asked me to come in as a CEO to basically build the company up, and I had done that. I knew that though, and I had brought in a group of investors that basically capitalized the company. I knew that those two were engaging in activity that was inappropriate. But I continued to be in an equal mode. You know, I would dial down, I would interact with them, and, you know, I actually should have dialed up and had my fight or flight system going a little bit better and had treated them as a threat. So, and you know, what resulted was they took some action that adversely affected the investors. Okay, they took action that enriched and benefited themselves and adversely affected the investors, and there was nothing that any of us could do about it. I might have been able to do something about it if I had dialed up my fight or flight system and actually had perceived better and acted on the threat that they represent. So there's times, Joseph, when having your fight or flight system work for you is a good thing. You know, when there's really a snake on the sidewalk and it's a copperhead, okay, you better recognize it and you better move away.
Yeah, thank you.
Either that or you better know how to wrestle with copperheads.
So using it as a tool, you know, when appropriate.
Absolutely perfect observation. You know, as a leader, the best leaders, the superior leaders are the ones that realize that everything within their command is a tool to use at an appropriate time. It's not good or bad, it's just a tool.
Thank you.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, this is Marcus. Got a quick question. So how do you take that opportunity to turn that threat into an opportunity? Say, for example, the example you just gave, David, about the investors and the two gentlemen you were, or business associates you were kind of should have been monitoring a little bit more closely, if you will.
Yeah. So I'll make that situation clear to you. They worked out a deal with some friends of theirs to sell the company for $25 million. And about 18 months later, sold the company again for $75 million. Okay. So you know, I think when you have a threat presented, first of all, you have to figure out, you know, is that threat conscious, and is that threat going to be responsive to some action on my part? You know, so first of all, you got to figure out, can you have an influence on it? So first of all, you know, if the threat's a tornado, okay, we're gonna head for the shelter, and that's the appropriate action. However, if the threat is someone who's standing on the sidewalk in front of your house, and they've been perceived as a threat because they don't look like you, okay, there's a situation where you can manage your fight or flight system, and you can engage, and you can understand, and you know, you may be able to engage and understand passively. So you may be able to say, that person has such and such an attire, and they've got, you know, this kind of symbol that they're wearing in their ear. And so you may be able to go online and say, oh, that person's a Krishna. Okay, so you can actually kind of deactivate that threat in your mind, or you may find a little bit more that you can't learn online, and you have to actually go engage and talk with the person. You find out either number one, that they're not a threat, or as a result of moving closer, you can kind of feel, oh, this person is already in fight or flight mode. And you say, maybe they are a threat. So managing your fight or flight system so that, when it's something life-threatening that you can't control, run, go to the shelter. But also, if you look back here, you'll see that there comes a point where your working memory can adjust and begin to catch up and process. And that's where you can actually assess this thing that you thought was a threat and engage it. So, the two guys that I was partners with, I didn't really engage them around the activity in which they were involved. I could have confronted them, could have had a conversation. And in fact, I knew the person with whom they were going to deal. And I'd already told the person that I was dealing with that it was worth $75 million as opposed to $25 million. And, had I simply laid all that out, had I simply said, I think they're doing this, let me go also have a conversation with that third party. If I had done that, it would have been impossible for them to consummate that deal, because they couldn't have brought it back to me and said, well, here's the deal. Because I would have been able to say, I already had that conversation and I've quoted X, you've quoted a figure far below what we're going to offer. So being able to do threat assessment once your working memory catches up, provided that you didn't need to run because it's a tornado, you can engage and process and perhaps turn that into an opportunity. Does that make sense, Marcus? Yeah. How about anybody else?
Thank you.
Hey, David, this is Nick. I had a question. Just with that little exercise, I think we saw how you could, be wound up and then relax and maybe focus. Why do you think that we don't use just 30 seconds or a minute of the first part of our meeting to refocus? We're always on different projects, different things. And you go back to back to back meetings and you have to mentally switch over into maybe a different topic. And 30 seconds would be a beautiful time just to get your mind onto the next task.
It's a great point. I will give you a couple of instances where things similar to that are done. So, and we had an instance this morning where Stephen said, I'm with Siemens. Well, we start our meetings with a safety minute. Okay. So the energy industry over time has evolved to the point to where it says it's culturally acceptable to have a safety minute because it puts us in the right frame of mind. You'll find other organizations that will start their meeting with a prayer. Typically not business, they're typically other types of organizations, but they'll start their meeting with a prayer. So they'll put themselves in the right frame of mind. Years ago, when I was a kid in school, we started every day putting our hands on our heart, making a pledge to allegiance. Put us in a particular frame of mind. So it all has to do with culturally how organizations approach interaction. So right now, as organizations, we don't culturally value this calming and this co-equal approach to interacting. It's something that you as a leader can adopt. When you have a meeting, you can say, let's take 30 seconds and let's go through this process. And you're going to get this slide deck and you're going to be able to go through the process and say, okay, everybody sit down and just walk them through this. I'm no guru. All I did was talk you through this, and I repeated it twice. And if you recall, I kept my voice level and kind of melodic and soothing. I wasn't yelling. The audible was right, the decibel was right, things like that. So you can all use this practice. Culturally, it's not something that we focus on and value right now, but I think just through this exercise, you saw what kind of effect it can have. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know if it would be appropriate in all settings, but at least in my current role, it's more project management, getting people to communicate. And so usually as people filter into a meeting, a virtual meeting, just, I don't know, goofing off with them or just start telling, like random dad joke kind of things, just to kind of laughter and or tease somebody that I know pretty well, those sorts of things, just kind of gets people in a fun mood before we get down to business.
Yep, you don't have to run through the 6 points on the screen. There's any number of ways where you can put the group at ease. And what you want to do is you basically want to clear out their working memory with regard to what's behind them. Because remember, we heard from Stephen, he had an email from somebody, he's pissed off at him. Ready to go. Come on, let's have at it. What you want to do is if Stephen's coming to the meeting, you want to give him the opportunity to clear out his working memory and get pointed on this thing that you're doing that probably is fun and not threatening. Okay, we're ready to move on to another segment. Everybody good? That was our last slide on this one.
Hey, David.
Go ahead.
As we're talking about breathing and mindfulness, have you done meditation before? Are you someone who's an advocate of that, or is it something you've never really engaged in?
I have practiced meditation. Probably my best approach is yoga. I haven't been able to practice recently for various reasons, but for a long time I was a Bikram's yoga practitioner, which is the hot yoga. They're typically hot yoga, 90-minute sessions, and it's just amazing how if you practice yoga, it levelizes you metabolically. It really smooths you out, and then you can take that practice literally anywhere. So the breathing that you learn, the relaxation processes that you use, I can sit down and within 2 or 3 minutes, I can totally relax my body, get my head clear, so that I'm then in a good space to go into a conversation with somebody.
Yeah, that's a really valuable skill to have developed, quite honestly. It's great.
And Jamie, also, I'll mention that it's a practice. So, you learn it, and then it's like riding a bike. Okay, so you know how to do it, but you don't do it as well if you don't use it with some regularity. It's like sure. Tom Brady. It's like Tom Brady passing. If he goes to the Super Bowl and hasn't been on the field for 12 months, you gotta. It's kind of the use it or lose it type situation where
sure.
you gotta practice that all the time. So 202, we're back. I'm going to spend a few minutes reviewing just a very simple form that I'm going to send you. We're not going to insist that you use this. It's to help you think about how you want to realize value from this program. So Lead Advantage, and Sherry and Rick alluded to this, and they're going to send you a link, I think, tomorrow. That link, I'm sure a number of you have been through 360-degree analysis. This is a 360-degree process that is different from any that you've been through, because it will reveal your leadership archetype. So they're going to take you through that process. When they visit 3 weeks from now, they're going to help you understand your leadership archetype. They're going to introduce you to all the different archetypes. You'll have a detailed report that'll help you dig into it. And then afterwards, they'll have a one-on-one hour-long coaching session with you about that. By the time that you get done, you will have some development observations. You'll say, oh, I know now that I have a tendency to do this, and it might be better if I improved on that, or it might be better if I learned to manage that. So you'll have some development observations, and you may want to undertake a development activity. This is just simply a prompt to say, you might encounter this, and you might want to do this. As you participate in this program, you might be thinking, I want to gain some new knowledge. If so, what is that new knowledge? What's your plan to gain that knowledge? What's your schedule for it? Same with a new skill. There's some particular thing I'm going to develop. Maybe it's communication. Maybe it's some other aspect related to leadership. Again, this is just a prompt to say, if you identify something, develop a plan for it, give yourself a schedule. Relationship. In this program, you may say, oh, I'm looking here, and there's these two people from EPRI in this program, and I have always really been interested in that organization. Now, here's an opportunity for me to establish some relationships there. What's your plan? What's your schedule for it? What new experience do you want to have? Is there something that you want to do with regard to team organization? Is there some place that you want to go and visit? We may be able to accomplish that virtually, or we may be able to subsequently arrange for you to visit a particular place physically with the appropriate pandemic protocols observed. And then finally, as you begin to acquire expertise around this area, if you learn more about your leadership archetype, as you learn more about, how does your brain work and how does all this stuff happen, it will better imprint. You'll better appreciate it if you can in turn share this with a direct report, a peer, with your supervisor. Because I'll relate it to religion. Okay, if you adhere to a particular religion, that belief is probably deeper and stronger if you are able to share it with someone and articulate that. Same with behavioral management. I've learned this about myself. I really found it amazing. Did you know that 80% of what we perceive visually is actually made up of stuff that's already in our head? Think about the implications for that. So these are things that you can share, and as you share them, you're able to better refine your understanding, your use, and appreciation for it. So I'm going to send this sheet to you. I don't expect you to complete it. We don't want you to turn it back, but it's just a prompt to help you think about, how do I realize the best value out of this program? I'm going to move on to another item that we have. So we got a little bit less than an hour left. We will finish right at 3. We're going to talk about leadership and their organization's myth. So you can see on the screen an artist's depiction of a particular myth. I actually don't recall which one this is from. I'll have to go back and look it up, but that memory eroded. Like I said, memory erodes sometimes. I know some of the other ones in here. So leadership and their organization's myth. Now that's an odd topic. It's an odd topic. So we're talking about leadership, and they have an organization. And what I'm saying here is that their organization has a myth. So leaders are stewards of companies, organizations, groups, and teams. So leaders have followers, but leaders also employ their organization's myth to engage those followers. Now, I've used this word myth a number of times. A myth is a story. It's a story that's created over time to explain something that's hard to understand, a complex idea. So this top depiction here is of the Roman gods and goddesses. Greece and Rome developed elaborate myths around phenomena that occurred in their lives. How do they explain the harvest? How do they explain home life? How do they explain good and evil? How do they explain war? How do they explain industry? They had gods that explained each of this. You had Ares, the god of war. You had Zeus, the god of strength and power. Hera was the goddess of the home life and sociality. Hestia was the goddess of the hearth, of the home. So they developed complex methodology to explain some of these phenomena in their life. And they would be able to explain to each other why something was a certain way. This second depiction is Nordic myths. Warlike, powerful, conquering. So how many of you know that the word Viking actually means pirate in Danish? So the folks up in Scandinavia, they were pirates and marauders, and their mythology reflected all that. The imagery down at the bottom is a Native American myth. It is the myth of the Sky Lady and the turtle that carried the world on its back. And this myth basically described how their world came into being, and how the animals came to be, and how people came to be on the land. So most organizations have some kind of myth, or call it a story if you want, or call it a marketing promotion plan if you want to be more modern about it. So the Indians' marketing plan with regard to their place was the Sky Lady and the turtle. So the Greeks and the Romans, marketing program with regard to their life and their existence dealt with the gods and the goddesses. So it helps explain some natural or social phenomena. So we have natural laws and physical laws. Natural laws are things that we think just inherently should be as a result of human nature, good and evil, or the way that we interact with each other. And then you have physical laws like gravity and the reality of hard surfaces and things like that just simply are, they just simply are as a result of scientific experimentation and conclusive proof. So the ancient myths tend to ignore physical law. So if you look back here, we have people flying and doing all kinds of amazing things. When we get to the modern myths, we tend to more readily recognize physical law and natural law. So I'm going to quickly take you through three myths, organizing stories that have existed during the last 100 years. So we have liberalism, which is typified of the United States culture, communism, which a number of countries have pursued, and fascism, which was most typified by Nazi Germany in the late 30s and the 1940s. So let's take a look at each of these. So here we have the fascist myth, and the story that they promoted that bound their people together was, they said, we need to protect our country from the evils that may be within it and without. So they focused on defense. They promoted social and economic equality. They enforced the peace and the order. Now, it's interesting that they chose to promote social economic equality among only, quote, their people, the Aryan race. Now, because it was a totalitarian approach, it was open to abuse, it didn't have check and balances, it limited free speech, it enriched those that were in power, and it used that power to isolate minorities and basically say that's the enemy. So, but that was their marketing plan, okay? That was the story that they built around their culture. And that's what allowed them to be and to be very powerful for a period of time. So you have the communist myth. The communist myth, they said, don't have a class system. Everyone's going to be employed. We're going to provide all of our citizens with our basic needs. And we're going to have a strong, safe country through national defense. So again, these are the compelling arguments that communism presented. This was their marketing plan. Said, hey, everybody in the country, this is what we're about. Come on, let's be part of this. Let's all be together. All right. Again, concentrated power in a single source. It reduced incentives and ambition. If everybody's employed and everybody's equal, then, kind of entrepreneurship and incentives tend to go away. It tended to catalyze poverty. So as opposed to aspiring to succeed, everybody kind of settled out at the least common denominator. And communism promoted secrecy and information control as a means of keeping people not happy, but controlled. So this was their marketing plan. This was their story. This was their organizing concept. So this was the communist organizational myth. So their leaders perpetuated this story. They created this myth and they perpetuated this myth. So here's the liberalism myth of the United States. So in the United States, we said, everybody's going to have freedom of speech and business pursuits. Now, as we've seen, it's somewhat unevenly minted out with regard to freedom of speech and business pursuits. So there's incentives to be efficient, to be rich. Consumers have the freedom to choose what they want to purchase, and even whether they want to purchase something from the United States, they can purchase it from other countries. So, and the idea was that we were to minimize government bureaucracy. That hasn't worked out quite the way that we thought when we originally put together this marketing plan. But this was the marketing plan a couple hundred years ago. They said, hey, this is what you're buying into. When you 13 colonies get together, this is what we're going to do. Now, so excesses of success have led to monopoly and control of markets. We've had to fix that. Success can minimize sharing of wealth and create low wages. So as people gain power, they go, well, I need to have all these people working for me at minimum wage in order for me to make all this money. Economic minorities can result. Social minorities can result. And boom and bust cycles can occur. But again, this is the myth that the United States has promoted to say, hey, this is our deal. Everybody come on here and get together. And you can see recently that some people that are part of this deal haven't been real happy with the deal. And they've reacted sometimes violently. Let me stop there and see if you're beginning to get the idea about what I refer to as the organizational myth. It's not imaginary, it's not made up, it's an actual story. It's a story that gives meaning to this thing that you believe in. Thoughts, comments, reactions? Let me take you another step. All right. So the basic ingredients of an organizing myth is that you convey the purpose. Okay, so let's think about the United States. So we convey the purpose. What was our purpose? Well, it was independence. Those mean old people in Britain, they were imposing taxes on us. They wanted to govern us from that little island over there, and we're here in the United States pursuing religious freedom and commercial freedom, and we're exploring the countryside. That's not to mention that we're dominating the indigenous people here and killing them off. But we're doing all these great things here as colonists, and our purpose is to be free and pursue independence. And we have all these inspirational stories. We think about George Washington standing up the boat, crossing the Delaware. We think about Paul Revere. We think about the lights, up in the tower. We think about, battle for independence. There's all of these inspirational stories. We think about the symbolism. You got the flag, and you think about the colors in that and the rituals. Remember I said when I was a kid, I'd go into the classroom, hand on the heart, pledge allegiance to the flag. We have a hierarchy. So we have a president, got the Supreme Court, got the Senate, got the House of Representatives. We've got the states, got a governor, House of Representatives. We have rules. We have simple rules that we all can live by and get along with. We have a rule like you don't run through a stop sign. You don't run through a red light. Lots and lots and lots of rules. But the rules are there to allow us to pursue this organizational myth that we bought into. We have channels of communication. We have means by which we relate with others. And we have means by which this organization retains followers. You know, we're having an argument right now about followers. We got people that want to come into the country or that want to stay in the country, and we kind of want to draw a line around our country and say, we're only going to have these followers and not these followers. So understanding and retaining followers is an important aspect. So when you think about an organization and its organizational myth, you think about what causes it to exist, what are inspirational stories, what are rituals, what are symbols. You can see some of these on this page. Let's move on to something that maybe is a little easier to articulate. So let's first of all what's this red symbol here? Anybody tell me what this red thing is? Anybody?
Tesla.
Okay, Tesla. All right. Let's go back to here. Who can tell me about Tesla's organizing myth? Pick up on any of these points and kind of tell me about that piece of the Tesla organizing myth. Help me out. Matt, you're a car guy. Want to take a stab at it?
And I will say that my next vehicle will be a Tesla.
There you. Okay, so you already are part of the followers down here. So
absolutely. Well,
okay.
I bought into the idea that I'm in the utility business. It just seems like I have to. I commute an hour to work each day. Okay, so eat back and forth every day, and so I'm part of my personality. I'm not going to get into politics, but part of my personality is I want to be responsible to the environment. So there's a piece right there, environmentalism, right? So that's part of purpose and part of maybe a little bit of rules, and then there's the technology aspect, right? So I'm director of IT here. So now that you've got the technology there, the utility piece, and the environmentalism. So there's all those different little aspects that attract me as a car person to that company and want to buy their product.
So Matt, how about Tesla's inspirational stories? Do they have any?
Elon purchased a company that had already been started. Anybody who thinks that he's a founder is crazy. So, if you know the story, but I don't really think of that company as an inspirational story.
I think, David, I think the story that they sold for some time is that they're going to build a car to sell. They were going to build a car to change the world, and that they are looking for other people, not just to buy their car, but to be part. I've seen a lot of different Tesla owners. Many of them are for the technology, for the performance, some environmentalism and the like, but they all seem to kind of like the Apple thing is they join a tribe for a reason as opposed to, another car, just another car.
Right. Okay. Relation with others. You become part of a tribe. If you own a Tesla and you encounter another Tesla member, know them or not, is there some kind of affinity there?
Well, I think another car company that, and you remember this, David, back in the 90s when GM launched Saturn.
Yeah,
they used, their motto back in the late 80s and early 90s was a different kind of company, a different kind of car.
Yep.
That was their slogan, right? And so in Tennessee, where they built these things, the factory would actually host parties once a year. And so all the Saturn drivers would head to Tennessee and they'd have a big old annual meeting or whatever. So
Okay.
that's a great point.
Rituals. Okay. Yeah, the ritualistic gathering of the Saturn owners once a year. Andrea?
Well, and it's interesting kind of bringing that around to Tesla. Jim hit it right on the nose, and then Matt was talking about like the Saturn experience. We had the car that ended up being mine after I learned how to drive a few years prior had been personally delivered to us at our house by the different experience type of salesperson, and just did all the paperwork right on our kitchen table, things like that. So then to bring it back to the present, Tesla has offered not only the technology disruption, but the experience disruption. We're not going necessarily through the dealerships and things like that, and trying to show in just another way that we're different, and it's a different experience. It's a better experience, things like that.
And that moves from ritual also to communication.
Mm-hmm.
So think about how Tesla communicates and represents itself, and how it communicates with prospective buyers and with existing buyers.
So I did read last year that Tesla actually got rid of most of their communication department, I think, or something to that effect, where basically whenever you want to know what's going on with Tesla, you just go to Elon's Twitter feed and you'll find out that, you know,
It's a Trump model.
Something's what happened. Yeah. So, yeah.
So let's take a look at another one. Something similar. What's this black symbol in the top right? Who's that belong to?
It's a Colt.
Whose cult is it?
It's Apple.
It's the Apple.
Steve Jobs' cult.
It's the Apple cult. All right. So Stephen, do you want to take us through kind of an analysis of the Apple cult?
Clearly spoken by Android owners.
No, I am definitely Team Apple. Just to be very clear. Let's be very clear with that. I'm Team Apple all the way. I'm 100% part of the cult. But I mean, I just know, right? I've totally bought into their story with. I totally bought into their story with the simplicity and Steve Jobs' his motto, and I compare them very closely to Tesla and the way Elon Musk is selling his company. But yeah. So I mean, they sell very simplistic but technologically advanced. I think the part that disappoints me, even though I buy into it, is they sell that they're like the technologically advanced company, but they're always one step behind of Android. But the way they market it is that it's quality more than just quality, I guess, or quantity. But anyways.
So how about their communication?
They're very secretive.
but it's you know, their communication is just pervasive. It's like everywhere. So if you have an Apple device, I mean, it's like you're welded to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they know where you are. They know what you're doing. You know.
Even special communication between Apple to Apple, right? As opposed to Android, where you're on the outside, right, looking in.
But not traditional communication, because you get the box and there's very little writing on it or in it or anything. It's just all self-explanatory.
If you bought an Apple product, you just know.
So I would like to just go on a side note of that real quick. I read an article that it was 2 days ago that Apple followers, for whatever reason, keep all the boxes. They always keep the box. I do the same thing. I don't know why, but I always keep the box. I have like them all stacked up. I have all like 7 of them, and I don't know why, but for whatever reason, like Apple owners don't know why, and it's like this huge thing that's been going viral. But yeah, it's just interesting. Their like their inspirational story and stuff. Anyways,
that's from my iPhone 5. That's from number 5. Yeah. I don't know why I've got it. In fact, I have my old phone. I still have it. You know, I didn't turn it in. I just kept it for some reason. I have no idea why.
I was just going to mention with Apple, even So I heard the story from my French colleague, so I'll take it at face value because I didn't fact check it. But I thought that the Apple logo itself was when Alan Turing committed suicide. He took a bite of an apple that was laced with cyanide or something like that. And so it's even that of like an inspirational person that did wonderful things to break the code, the German code, and he was like the founder. But I thought that's where the logo came from, which, if it is true, is pretty neat.
I've heard another story that it actually is the apple that Eve gave Adam, and it represents the fall of man. But
if there's only a way that we could check that,
it's the original sin. So I don't know. I don't know if we're going to go there. Let's take a look at another one. Let's take a look at this this F in this blue box down at the bottom. Who is that?
It's Facebook.
It's Facebook.
Yeah, nobody wants to touch that.
Yeah.
Another call.
Okay. Yeah, another call. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have a Facebook account. I may be the only person on this call that doesn't have a Facebook account. But if someone who has a Facebook account, if you could take us back here and kind of walk us through what's the organizational myth? Well, Marcus doesn't have a Facebook. Marcus and I are going to hang out. Okay. Marcus does not have a Facebook account. I don't either. Mine is an interesting story. I tried to have a Facebook account and they wouldn't let me. So they read my last name and they said that they at that point were not issuing professional accounts, and I had to sign up as an individual. And I couldn't convince them that David Doctor was not an individual. So I didn't have an account, and I never have. So how about a Facebook user that we haven't heard from? So we got some folks on here that have been kind of quiet. So how about somebody who's a Facebook user that hasn't talked a lot? Can you kind of talk us through the Facebook organizing myth? What's their purpose, and do they have inspirational stories and rituals and communication? I mean, my gosh, you can spend all day talking about communication. How about it?
So I use Facebook to keep in contact with, a lot of family members back home, since I'm from North Carolina, but I've not lived there for several years. So I use it to keep in contact with family members, as well as a lot of my former colleagues from the military. And so I think that's kind of the myth that Facebook goes with, is it's this way to keep in contact with people who you meet, who you might otherwise lose touch with, and kind of know what's going on in those people's lives. And they have a lot of inspirational stories that you see come up on there, where somebody has posted a picture, says, "Can you help me find my long lost brother?" Or, I found this wallet on the beach, or I found this wedding ring on Space Mountain at Disney World. And then it gets shared a million times, and the people are reconnected. And so I think that's kind of the biggest part of Facebook, is being able to really kind of maintain a lot of casual connections over the years.
So are you starting to get this idea about the organizational myth? Is it kind of sinking in? I know when I said organizational myth at the onset, it was kind of like, huh? So the organizational myth is kind of the glue. I've referred to it as a marketing plan, but it's also, wrapped in there is the attraction to the followers. There's an affinity and a connection there. So let's take this another step further. So I think I captured the logo from every company and organization that's participating. So now some of our people have had to drop off, but let's see, is Christina still with us? Christina, are you out there? How about Brett from Carolina Transmission? You out there, Brett?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So here we go. We got Carolina Gas Transmission. Tell us a little bit about Carolinas, or maybe we need to bump this up to where it's Dominion now. But tell us some about Dominion or Carolina Gas organizing myth. What's kind of their marketing story? What's the glue that holds it together? Inspirational stories. You can see your symbolism there. So take us through that a little bit.
Well, what's a little bit funny there is, so when I started with the company, that was the symbol, the Carolina Gas Transmission, a scanner company. And then Dominion bought us in 2015. And now Berkshire Hathaway Energy bought us in 2020. So
that's right.
The symbol's changing again there, but maybe I'm missing the point here, but I'm guessing like your organizing myths, I wouldn't say myths, but I mean, you look at every company has their set of core values that in the utility business, I'd say they're all getting very similar and streamlined, an environmental component, a customer oriented component, ethics, compliance, safety. So I think that's the backbone of, all the utility companies. And, like from your PR standpoint, that's obviously what you want to be, or from PR standpoint, that's your platform. And hopefully from a process and everyday standpoint, that's what you actually do.
So well said. So George, how about you? Are you online? I know you were in with us earlier today. How about George from Framatome? How about Luke from Westinghouse?
Yeah, I think at Westinghouse, I think the myth that we perpetuate is kind of the innovator or the pioneer in electricity in the electrical market. Just going back to the days of George Westinghouse himself, in the early days, and I think now kind of use that even today is that we are innovators, we're leading the market. And that's really what our primary focus is, to always, do it better than the competitors.
So how about Matthew and Rhonda, Central Electric? Can you tell us a little bit about the organizing myth there?
Go ahead, Rhonda. I've been doing all the talking.
Have at it, Rhonda.
I love you, Matt. Totally do. I'm the quiet one, if you haven't noticed. I guess you could say what I base things on is like our communication and our relating to others. I work in customer service. I talk to customers all day long. And I try to relate to others on a level of how I want to be treated and everything. And it's just sometimes a myth of us is we've been asked, well, you don't have to pay for electricity, do you? Or is that a discounted price? No, that's a myth. I'm not even on Central, and I wish I was. But communication on my level is very important. And I have to sometimes have a lot of compassion and empathy. And sometimes that's, I think our customers think that's a myth on us. Truthfully.
So Rhonda, with the Rural Electric Corporation, you have a history. Part of your organizing story is that you brought electricity to the rural areas.
Absolutely, yes, sir. A group of farmers got together and started this, which is awesome to me. I grew up as a farming child.
So there's one of your inspirational stories. So you can probably point to maybe 5 or 6 of these farmers that came together. You say, well, it was George and Jane and Jesse and Mary, and they all got together and created this cooperative and borrowed money from the rural, Federal Rural Electric Corporation. And so you got this inspirational story, and you have rituals because all of your members are owners. So annually you have a meeting where you come together. And they elect people, so you got your hierarchy. And, with regard to communications, so whenever you talk to a customer, you're talking to an owner.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. And that is true.
And so, go ahead.
I was going to say one of our purposes is, to keep the lights on, to do our best to help our customers in every way. And right now, we're trying to get them to understand, due to COVID, we do everything that we can to meet all their needs.
Yep. Oh, let's pick out another one here in a minute. How about well, let's see. I think the only one we have from EPRI is Nicholas. Are you still with us, Nicholas? I see you're still online.
I'm here, but Kirk's on too.
I'm still here.
Okay, Kirk. So take a stab at the EPRI organizing myth.
Yeah, sure.
What are the pieces here?
Sure. So, I mean, for us, we're very focused on the fact that we kind of sit alongside the power industry, but kind of off to the side too. So we very much are always talking about our independent status, and that we're nonprofit, that basically we're doing, objective scientific based research, and that it's for the good of the public, not just for the good of the power companies. And then we very much push on a collaborative research model, that, we're basically pulling in the best and the brightest from, academia, industry, all those areas. And so I think that's a big part of it. I mean, that's the sort of thing you hear from us, anytime we're having meetings with folks, and really pushing those three things: the independent, nonprofit, and collaborative.
How about Duke Energy? Andrea, Jim, want to take a stab at talking about Duke Energy's organizational myth?
Well, I'm going to put a little bit of a different twist. Andrea, how long have you been with Duke Energy? Andrea,
she may have stepped off.
Okay. I've been with Duke Energy a little over 2 years and brought in with the electric transportation group. So I really haven't been steeped in the traditional myth because we've been brought in to transform the company. And our goal and our essence and our what we take pride in is how are we going to get to 50% reduction emissions by 2035 and net zero by 2050. So I know our history, that James Buchanan Duke saw that the Southeast was very agricultural centric, was very impoverished, and to help increase whatever he put together stuff. That's pretty much I know, I guess, the founding, but really I've been brought in to change the myth, I guess.
Jim raises a great point. So a company's organizing myth is not static, it's dynamic. Now, I find it interesting, Jim, that you do understand part of the myth. You understand part of the organizing myth. So part of that inspirational story, probably another character, if I mention him, William States Lee, you probably go, oh yeah, know about him too. So Bill Lee, and if I mention Jim Rogers, you probably go, oh yeah, I know about him. Okay, so so you got the inspirational stories. Now, let me ask you this. So I think you're getting a sense of this organizational story. Do you think that these stories just naturally spring into existence and then sustain themselves? Any thoughts?
So I think that if you don't take action to create a myth, one will start up. And if you don't take action to maintain the myth you want, there will be one that'll continue to be maintained. I think a problem a lot of organizations have is they don't take the time at the beginning to define what that is, and they don't take time to maintain it. And you see a lot of organizations, I think, degrade over time because there is always some sort of narrative going along with the organization, but if you're not growing it and maintaining it, it's gonna grow in directions that might not be the best.
one of the most,
or at least not intentional to what you might want.
Exactly. One of the most important jobs that you'll have as a leader is if not creating, if you're not the founder, at least sustaining and curating your organization's myth, that organizing story. Why do you think organizations have communications departments? And look at all of these symbols on screen right now. Every one of these symbols is protected by copyright. Okay? These are things that leaders invest a lot of time and a lot of money in it. Good leaders. They understand the importance of creating that story that their followers and their stakeholders and their customers and their suppliers believe in, and curating and sustaining that story so that story is relevant and vibrant and appealing and meaningful to them. Because organizations, for the most part, want followers. They want to be able to retain their followers. They want to be able to retain those followers with as much efficiency as possible. So you want to have a really good, compelling organizational story, organizational myth. So I'm going to move over to another item. And I'm going to talk about a team project. Now, I will send you email that will provide you an orientation of the team project, but we are not going to create your team until just before the next session with Sherry and Rick. And we will help organize these teams with the information that Sherry and Rick get from the surveys that you turn back. So part of the information we'll use to organize the teams will be just simply from the demographics that we have. We're going to try to get some kind of dispersion with regard to type of company. So we're not going to put the Siemens people all together or the Duke people all together. We're going to divide you up. We'll strive for some type of geographic diversity because we do have some here. We will attempt to have diversity with regard to type of responsibilities you have. We'll get you mixed up with regard to gender. We don't have enough people of color to properly distribute, so we're going to fight over you. So we'll be careful there. And then a diversity that you don't see is a diversity of behavior. And it's perhaps one of the greatest diversities that you'll encounter as a leader. And we will blend that ingredients in when we get back your various surveys, and we'll have Rick and Sherry give that input. So we'll have a division of the teams that takes into account all these various factors. And as I said, we'll have either 4 or 5-person teams. It's more likely we'll do that than 5 4-person teams. It's kind of, if you have 4 teams, you can kind of pair up, whereas if you have 5, you got one team that's kind of out all the time if you're going to pair. So we'll divide you into teams, and once you have a team, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to create a myth that creates an organization and a follower recruiting plan for your organization. Now, I will send you, once we've made this assignment and you're in your teams, probably about 4 or 5 weeks from now, I will send you a couple video clips that will give you an idea as to what past teams have done with regard to creating an organizational myth. But what we want you to do is conceive of an organization, and it can be an imaginary organization. We've had organizations that have been based in outer space. We've had organizations that have been fantasy organizations. We've had organizations that have had real purposes. We had one organization that was created last year, and I forget the name of it, but it basically provided avatar attendance for you at all the various Zoom meetings that you had to attend. And they had an entire marketing plan, and they were able to establish their purpose, and they had their leaders and their inspirational stories, and they had their logo and symbols and song and, the whole deal. So it was, it was very real. So what we'll do is we'll ask you to create an organization and that organization's myth and basically a recruiting plan as to how do you sell this thing now to your followers? How do you recruit followers based upon this organizational myth you've created? We'll ask you to prepare a PowerPoint deck. Those of you that are really ambitious, you can create a video if you want, but we're basically looking for a pitch that conveys your idea and basically sells it to us in a presentation. So those people who are the program participants, we get to the last session of the year. Each team will pitch, and you're going to pitch to all the various folks here. So we have done this 3 times. I know it sounds like an odd exercise at this moment, but I assure you, as we get through this and toward the end, it will put a smile on your face. It'll be a lot of fun, and some of the results will be oh my God type of results. So let me stop there and see if there's any questions about the assignment. Understand that it's not active now. I'm going to send it to you. I'm also going to send along that one-page form that I reviewed with you a little bit ago. I will send to you the various decks. I'm going to turn them into PDFs so that they go through email easily. So I've got 4 things I'm going to send to you in the next couple of days as a result of our session today. So let me stop and see if you have any questions about this assignment, or is there anything that we need to review with regard to material we've covered today?
So, David, this is going to be a team project. So when we talk about creating organizational myth, it's something we're making up or a myth about one of our companies?
It's something you're making up.
Okay.
So you as a leader are going to be a founder of something. So you're going to be a founder, and as a founder, you've got to create that organizational myth. So I'll give you an example. I'm a co-founder of an energy technology company right now that produces blockchain technology-based software to manage energy transactions. And as a result, we've had to create a logo and colors and a story and a marketing plan and a value proposition and all that stuff. So we've basically had to create this organizational story and this myth around this thing that we are now. So what we're going to ask you is to create something that, obviously is going to be a synthetic, unless you really do want to go out and create a business and, leave your own companies and start something. But you're going to create this organization and basically build around it its story.
Okay, great. And then lastly, are we doing it individually or in group?
You do it in a group. Yep. So you're gonna have a co-founder group of 4 or 5, so that no, you're not doing this alone. How about any other comments or questions? Luke just lit up.
No, I'm good.
All right. So anybody else? Okay, so just to recap, I'm going to send you the deck that deals with the behavioral operating system. I'm going to send you the one-page form that deals with basically, what's your development plan during the next 7 sessions. I'm going to send you the shorter deck that deals with the organizational myth. And then finally, I'm going to send you this write-up as to the organizational myth assignment. But understand that this assignment's not active until we have your teams. So when we put your teams together, I will reiterate for you the assignment, see if there's any questions, and then get you started on it. Everybody good?
Just one quick question, David. This is Marcus.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Are you recording these sessions so we can go back and watch in case we missed something throughout the sessions?
We have recorded this session. And I'm looking right now, and I see a little red dot that says meeting recording is in progress. So you can thank Jess Buchanan for all of that. So when we get done, this very long video clip will get processed. We probably won't do too much fancy with processing it, but we'll put it on our YouTube channel. We'll make it only available to this group. It'll not be we'll not be able to find it just by searching generally for it. So we'll give you a link to it. You'll be able to go in and then scroll through and pick up anything else that you want at a particular point. Questions, comments? Okay, how about some instant feedback? We covered a lot of ground today. Are we covering at too high a level, too granular level, moving too fast, too slow? Are the topics relevant to your interest with regard to leading? Too abstract? Where are we, folks? You're paying for this, and we need to understand whether we're hitting your expectations.
I've enjoyed everything so far, and I think it's been at a good pace and good content to again bring the leadership and then subject matter content in there as well, because I think many industries, but particularly the utility industry, is at a spot where this type of understanding is very much so needed from those various transformation and public policy stands and things like that. So I think it's a good so far, that's for sure.
So, well, this is kind of the foundational stuff. It gets better as we go on.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. How about other thoughts or comments as to where we are today?
I guess I'll second what Andrea mentioned. I think you're hitting the right balance, and I'm very pleased so far. Look forward to the future sessions.
Yeah, well, thank you. And let me say that if it's not good, also we need to know that. Okay. So if there's something we cover, say, that really didn't work for me, we need to know that as well. But let me ask this: have you encountered this type of content in any other leadership development program?
At school, at university, but
yeah,
that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I personally, like I said, I've been out in the business world for 40 years, and it was only after 25 years that I came to understand that this really is stuff that leaders need to know. You need to know how your brain works. You need to know really how inadequate some of your processing functions are. You need to know that what's going on in that other person's brain is not the same thing going on in your brain. And at the high level, it's pretty simple stuff, but it's just stuff that's not impressed upon you when we're talking about leadership. And there's simple things to do. Like this process of sitting down for maybe 30 seconds at the beginning of a meeting and rebooting yourself. The process of just simply recognizing that, oh, wait a minute, I'm in fight or flight mode and I need to step away. I need to reassess. I need to figure out if I need to engage that thing that I thought was a threat. This is all simple stuff, but it really doesn't come to light unless you begin to delve in and say, now, why are these things happening? Once you understand why, then you can begin to manage your behavior.